Peace. What's going on? How we doing, man? How we doing? It's been a minute. What's going on, family? How y'all doing? How y'all doing? We gonna touch on a couple things, family. Y'all know what it is, man. Share it up, like it up, family. Share it up, like it up, and all that good stuff. Share it up, like it up, and all that good stuff. And we gonna get it going, family. How we doing? What's up? Share it up, like it up, and all that good stuff. King Ali, peace, Denise. One up. What's up, little brother? What's happening? Jazz. What's good? Isis speaks. What's happening? Sis, what's good? Scotty, Sad, and Marvell. Zell, what's good, little brother? What's going on, man? We're going to touch bases on a couple things. And make sure y'all ride this thing out. Pause. Make sure y'all ride this thing out to the end, so you can actually get what I'm building up to. Because this is a build. This is I'm setting the base. All right. I'm setting the base for what I have to tell y'all in the end. But I knew if I didn't go into all of the information first, many of you wouldn't even get what I'm gonna say later on. You understand? All right. So Ash, what's up, Mama? What's going on, Bruno? What's happening? Like I say, y'all share this thing up, man. Share it up and all that good stuff, and we gonna get it popping. Yes, indeed. Share this thing up and we gonna get it popping, family. All right. Let's see here. Passion, what's good? Tange, what's happening? What's going on with y'all, man? How y'all doing? Yeah, we definitely going to talk about some stuff that has been going on for the last couple months since I've not been on here like that. Okay. So I'm definitely going to get some things across. Okay. All right. Let's see here. My brother Dream in the building. What's going on with you, brother? How you doing? I'm glad to see you up in this thing. You dig? Because there's definitely been some information that has changed a lot in the last couple months for myself and for the small few who I've been communicating with. Very, very small few. Very small. I'm talking about like 1 or 2 people. Okay. All right. So let me go ahead on and dive in this thing, man. Okay. Like I said, y'all shut this thing up, man. Y'all shut this thing up. You dig. Y'all gonna shut this thing up, man. All right. Let me put this up here real quick. So, see it. What's up, mama? What's happening? Your boy, what's good? What's good? Carolyn, how we doing? So, this is how we're going to start this thing, family. The journey of the awakening is final. The journey of the awakening is final. Okay? What does this mean? The journey of the awakening is final. Now, let me go into this, family. Let me go into this. So, there's 2 things that is happening here, okay, or 2 systems in a sense, okay, that's happening, all right? And basically we have the quote unquote conscious community, and we have the what some people may say NPCs, or regular folk who are who's not going to wake up at all. That's not going to happen. That's not a part of their life. You understand? It is not going to happen. Okay? Now, let me get into this. Family. Okay? So, with me saying that, okay, to the quote unquote conscious community, all right. The reason why I say quote unquote, because it's not a community. We all know that community means to commune. So, and that's something we don't do. You understand? Okay, and that's for a reason. Like I say, hang around and you'll see the end of this thing. Okay, all right. But first, I have to build what I'm talking about. Now, this is what this is, family. All right. This is what this is. It's either you are going to go fully on this journey, okay, or suffer thereof. You understand? Okay? Either you're going to go fully or suffer the consequences. What am I saying here? Okay? So they have some people who like to teeter, okay, play both sides. You understand? They have the people who like to call themselves gods and goddesses and Hotep and all of this type of stuff, right? And then at night they listen to Sexy Red. Okay, all right. Those days are numbered. Okay, those days are numbered. All right, and if you are one of those people, okay, who like to play both sides, then you're going to suffer based on that. Okay? You're going to suffer based on that. All right? Because you must understand, we're coming into a different time period. And in this different time period, okay, yourself, your true self, the real you, don't want that anymore. Okay? That time has ran its course. We're in a critical state now. So either you are on the path to find yourself and get it going, okay, or you're gonna be like everybody else. Have a great Saturday, a bad Sunday, okay, like an EKG machine, up, down, up, down, up, down. Now, for a lot of folk, that's cool, okay, because they are programmed to believe. But that's what life is. I saw a video the other day with the little lady Marion Jones, the Olympic star back in the day, who got caught up with the drugs and whatnot. But she said, well, this is life. Life gonna have ups and downs. It's okay to cry. It's okay to be sad. It's okay to be angry. All of that is a lie. An absolute lie. Okay, now crying, all right, that comes with being on this journey per se. You understand? Okay, but there's even levels to crying. Okay, there's crying based on ignorance, and there's crying based on a renewed energy within yourself. Do you understand? Okay, all right, what we may call happy tears. Okay, all right. So basically, what I'm getting at is, okay, either you have to be all in or not, and that's just what it is. Either you're all in or not. Okay, all right. The heaven realm. I'll give you a small little piece. The heaven realm. Okay, like I say, share it up, family, so the right people can hear it. The heaven realm, which is the highest level of yourself. Okay, I'm gonna say this one time, and you'll hear it later on. Okay, the heaven realm does not want humans in there. The heaven realm does not deal with humans. Your thinking, the way we speak, the way we move. Okay? There is no ascension as a human. Okay? I'm going to leave that with you. All right? Okay? So, like I say, we're in a different time period, family, and there's some information that's coming out about this place, and is blowing me away. Okay, but before I go too deep into that, let me bring this up on stage real quick, because right before I did this, somebody hit me up and asked me about it. I went into my way of thinking, and whom I speak to. You understand? Okay. And this is what it is. Okay. So I know many of you are familiar with the quote unquote new cities that are being found under the pyramids. Okay. Like they say, the Copprue pyramid. Okay, so let me get into this real quick. All right, the Copprue pyramid mystery. Scientists have found something incredible under the Copprue pyramid, a massive underground city with giant spiral cylinders going over 2,000 feet deep. Could this be an ancient technology or a proof of a lost civilization? This discovery can change everything we know about Egypt. Okay, now, let me give you this real quick. All right? Let me give you this. Okay? We must understand something here, family. Okay? We must understand something. Okay? When they say stuff like, this discovery can change everything we know about Egypt, first and foremost, we must understand Egyptology. Okay, Egyptology is a Caucasoidish study. Okay, all right. Egyptology is were created by white folk, in so many words. All right. So when they say stuff like, could this be an ancient technology or proof of a lost civilization? Okay, all right. That is the mundane thought that has been put inside of us. You understand? Okay, this thought that you know, that the world is set up like it is, that this is a planet and we came from Africa, and we were brought here on slave ships, and we were slaves, and everything that's being taught with us in school, okay, which is what John D. Rockefeller and many others, and I'm gonna get to the many others who what they came up with, okay, all right, to ensure that quote unquote Black Americans do not find out who they are, okay, all right, and 98% of us still don't know nothing about ourselves at all, because again, we enjoy Sexy Red, we enjoy the music that killed this one and shoot this one, we enjoy all of that, okay. So on that note, we have no clue who we are or what we are. You understand? Okay, all right. So just those few words, proof of a lost civilization, as if, or ancient technology, as if you really doing this work, nothing is lost. Everything still exists. Okay, again, you, the quote unquote melanated person, okay, can dive much deeper to understand this thing beyond what the world teaches. Okay, all right, but you have to face that fact that you are not like the others. Okay, again, I showed this about 3-4 months ago. Okay, Charles Darwin. All right, Charles Darwin is primarily known as the architect of the theory of evolution by natural selection. Okay, with the publication of On the Origin of Species in 1859, he advanced the view of the development of Earth, development of life on Earth that profoundly shaped nearly all biological and much philosophical thought which followed. Okay, all right. The way you think currently, family, is his thoughts. Okay? The way you move today is based on him. Okay? Understand that. The way you move today is based on this white boy. Okay, all right. And because you don't know you don't know him. And because of that, you suffer thereof. Your children will suffer based on your ignorance, and their children will suffer based on a tradition of ignorance. Okay, all right. And you have another creature by the name of Willard Libby, okay, who created carbon dating. You have Black people out here using this creature's information. Okay, all right, telling people, oh man, the pyramid is millions of years old. It's carbon dated millions of years old. But this is what y'all believe, because you don't know you. You believe yourself to be no more than a Sexy Red and whoever else these rappers are, killing each other and shooting each other on every verse, which most of you know that there's a machine behind the music. And I broke all of that down, a whole CIA document showing that the CIA strategically created gangster music, but yet and still you choose to live in ignorance. And you wonder why you aren't transforming into who you are, because you believe in the words of these creatures. It is what it is. It is what it is. Okay? All right? So I just wanted to throw that in there. Okay? Actually, that's setting the premise of everything I'm doing as well. Okay? All right? And understand this, when I say creatures, okay, we are, to a certain degree, are not even the same species. I need you to understand that. Okay? All right? And again, if they have one basketball player can dribble a ball faster than this basketball player, okay? If I'm saying this basketball player is better, that's not hating. Okay? I'm not saying, this guy is this. So when I say creatures, you understand? Okay, we are not what you think we are. Okay, all right. Things have changed a little bit. Okay, but I'm saying what I'm saying for a reason. Okay, so let's jump back into this. Let's jump back into this. Okay. Now let's talk about this. So me and one of my young brothers, man, Zia, we were talking about nostalgia. And before me and him even had this conversation about nostalgia, I was already getting some stuff about this. Brother Mo, what's up now? What's going on? So I was already getting some information based on that. All right. So I would try to listen to my old New Orleans music. Now, at one time, it was okay. All right. Because I wasn't truly on the Stairway to Heaven, which is a metaphysical song by the OJs if you actually listen to it. Okay. So, but as time creeps into 24, okay, deeper into 24, into 25, okay, what ended up happening was, when I put on my old New Orleans stuff, old rap music, I'll hear somebody say, turn it off. And I'm like, why would I turn it off? Like that don't make no sense. Why would I turn it off? And then they don't, yourself don't have to say words to. Okay? They can give you an image and you'll know. All right? So what ended up happening to me was when I was listening to the music, I was drifting back into my ignorance. Let me read this to you. Morbid nostalgia, a morbid longing to return to one's home or native country. Severe homesickness considered a disease. Okay, you got that? It's considered a disease. Now, check this out. This is not a disease for the quote-unquote NPCs or people who are going to live a life of ignorance and they're just going to die an ignorant person. This particular information don't connect with them. But you, the quote-unquote one on the journey, okay? You understand? All right. So now, when you put certain music on or think of people who transition, people of the past who transition, things of this nature, when you're on this path, when you start pulling up, my ancestor veneration, let me set up something for that stuff is not good for you. Okay? That stuff is not good for you. Okay? All right? Understand something here. What I've been giving or my information, okay, is beyond Africa. Okay, all right. And when I mean Africa, I'm simply talking about the lowest of the low when we talk about quote unquote spiritual information. Okay, all right. Africa is the lowest of the low when it comes to information. Voodoo, Ifa, I mean, all of the traditions are extremely low vibratory teachings. You understand? Okay? All right, so I want to make that plain. All right? This information is not for people who believe in wearing 40 dashikis every day and you know the whole African theme, you understand? And they believe it fully, wholeheartedly. Okay? All right, this is not for you. All right, this is for the people who are going beyond even this plane of existence. So now I'm going to go back. So when I talk about this ancestor and things of this nature, you are committing spiritual suicide. All right, what you are doing is imagine. Okay, imagine you are on a stairway, okay, to trillions and zillions and gabillions, whatever. Okay, you are on this stairway. All right, and you start to think about, oh, I remember when my people used to do this for Thanksgiving, blah 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 blah. Okay, oh, I remember my people was this, my people was that. Now you're on your way, okay, to infinity. But when you think about that stuff, it's doing this. It's stopping your progress. It's pulling you down. Okay? All right? This is why it is called a disease. Okay? And that is primarily for the people who are trying to rise within themselves. Okay? All right? So if you are one of those people, okay, who don't mind not listening to rap music, because I don't. Okay? I've went to a different place now. You understand? Okay? If I do listen to rap, it'll be somebody who's actually dropping consciousness. Other than that, you know, it irks me now to a certain degree. Okay? All right? I just can't do it no more. Okay? Again, heaven don't deal with human. Okay? And heaven is the highest version of yourself. Simply that. Okay? You got it? Let's move on. I just wanted to give you all that before I go even further. All right? So now, let's get into this. It's so much that we have no idea about. That's going on around you that make you believe. Okay? That make you believe that you're free. So much. Let's continue. Okay? So now we go to the 50s. Okay? 50s, 60s, 70s. Okay? They needed subjects to try certain things on people, things of this nature. The CIA did. All right? So they were doing things to people's brains, this, that, and the other. You understand? Okay? They were doing a lot. Okay? All right? They were even doing, not yet. I'm going to give you one of the workers. Okay? Jose M.R. Delgado, M.D. is one of the workers. Okay? One of the high-ranking people, okay, who dealt with the MK Ultra era. Listen to his thoughts. This is his book, Physical Control of the Mind. Let's see. Man, and this is the type of stuff I need y'all to understand, because y'all think y'all free so much, man. It's crazy. Y'all swear y'all think y'all free. Y'all swear you think you're making your own decisions and your own thoughts. And you doing this and doing that. Everything is on you. Let's see what this guy wrote in the book. Man does not have the right to develop his own mind. I don't even have to read no more. Man does not have the right to develop his own mind. This kind of liberal orientation has great appeal. We must electrically control the brain. Someday armies and generals will be controlled by electrical stimulation of the brain. Okay, now this was, I think he wrote this was, hold on, 1969. Okay, all right, so they were building something here, family. You understand? They were building something here. I want you to understand that. Let's see this. I want you to understand that they were building something. Okay, all right. And for many of you, well, that was the olden time. Everybody used to say that, the olden time. Those were the old days. That don't happen no more, really. Is that what we think? Let's see what MK Ultra look like today. Okay, all right, and hopefully you can see that on the screen because I don't need to say that. That's what MK Ultra is today. Because through constant years of study, decades upon decades of study, this is where MK Ultra is today. Just trying to, what they say, put you on game. Okay, but of course you can get beyond this all, of course. Okay, but I'm letting you know, the NPCs out there, the people walking around thinking they living their best life, thinking they doing this, no, they are doing what these people set up for you to do. You don't run nothing. Okay, you don't run nothing. What is this? OSS and the CIA. So what is the OSS? Let's see. The Office of Strategic Services, established in 1942, was America's first intelligence agency and the direct precursor to the Central Intelligence Agency, the CIA. Check this out here, family. So you telling me they had something pre-CIA, okay? So these people been working, and look, don't get crazy by looking at 1942, okay? They have to put certain things in there, okay? But this stuff has been going on, okay? Dating back to the 1800s. We're going to get into that too. So we're going to get into that too. All right. Again, like I said it, family. Joy, peace, God, what's happening? Tanya, what's going on? So I want you to understand that, okay? All right? So you think you're free. You think you're doing this. You think you're doing that. No. You want me to show you again? You want me to show you what they're running? Or what's running you? Let's continue. Okay, this was their symbol. Okay, they wore it on the sleeve. Okay, Office of the OSS, Office of Strategic Services. Check it out. Okay, now this is the funny part, right? Disney got a movie work. Okay, it's on TV. I'm gonna show you that too. Okay, the OSS Dirty Tricks Department. The OSS Dirty Tricks Department. Check it out. Umbrella guns, piano grenades, spies. Check it out. Now, the OSS baseball grenades, part of the Spy Escape collection, alongside a glove with a gun on and the umbrella gun. Now, these are things that they have in certain museums now, okay, based on I think it's called the Alpha Intelligence, something like that, something to that effect, man. Okay, museum where they have old things, okay, all right, that was used by these people. Now, how does this look here, family? You have a glove with a gun on it and an umbrella gun. Check this out. Everything I just showed you was in this movie. Everything I showed you was in this movie. Okay, I remember the guy had the umbrella over his head. It was raining. Somebody attacked him. He put the umbrella on and started shooting. They put it in movies. Will, what you saying? This is what I'm saying. The CIA has a history of engaging with Hollywood, from offering technical expertise and script reviews to even filming on agency grounds, aiming to shape public perception and bolster its image. Okay. I want you to look at the bottom here, family. It says shape public perception. Now, this is where it gets funny. Okay, this is where it gets funny. Okay, all right. Now, check this out. The CIA in Hollywood. This was a book written by Tricia Jenkins. Okay, now check this out, family. About 3.5 weeks ago, okay, when I started putting all of this stuff together, because we have a lot to build on today. You understand? Like I say, share it up and all that good stuff so the right people can hear it. All right. About almost 3 weeks ago, they had an article that I saw about Tricia Jenkins. Okay. Excuse me. This is her book, The CIA in Hollywood. This is her book. And on this article, it talked about how for about 2 months, no, I'm lying, about 4 months, she had to go into hiding. Okay. All right. Because she was strategically being hunted. That was about 3 weeks ago when I found the article. I go back a week later and look for the article. It's nowhere to be found. That was pretty funny. But I know what I read. So I'm just letting you know. Okay. Is she still alive? I think she's still alive. Maybe. I don't know. All right. Because I couldn't get to the rest of it because it was about 6 or 7 pages, and I was going to break all that stuff down. You understand? I was going to break all that stuff down. Control, influence. Yeah, I like that. Okay, all right. So she might be out of here. Okay, she might be out of here. You never know. All right, but she was trying to expose these people, and she did, because you can get the book. Okay, all right. Now, let's go to the bottom of this where it says shape public perception. Shape public perception. The CIA needed people to see. Okay, I walk up with this around my neck. I walk up with this around my neck, right? Somebody walk up to me, start laughing. Oh man, you with that weird stuff. They start laughing out the blue. I'm like, damn, you don't even know me. Why you tell me, I'm with some weird stuff? Like what? Like where is this coming from? Man, what I've been getting the last couple of weeks. So I watched this episode 1,000 times. Brother Shaquille Sunflower, okay, on Marty Mark, okay, all right. But the crazy part about it is, all right, he goes into this temple, okay, to find himself, all right. He changes name, okay. He goes natural, everything. He starts to change himself, right? And they flip it, okay. They call him crazy. He cut his hair off. he go back to Gina on some episodes later on. Gina say, well, that's the Martin I remember. That's the Martin. Okay, so what are they doing here? Okay, all right, they're stopping you or stopping the public. Okay, all right, or making the public look at people who want to focus on themselves as dumb, stupid. Is this the only? This can't be the only sitcom that they did it on, huh? Nah, it wasn't. It wasn't. It wasn't. And I found about 15. Yeah. About 15 different sitcoms that they did it on. But I'm going to show you a few. Okay? All right? Every time Michael came up and said something, oh, he's the militant midget. Yeah, what's that now? He's the militant midget. Okay, oh man, I worry about Michael crazy. This, that, and the other. All type of stuff. Okay, all right. Let's keep going. Okay, all right. Again, they have been training people, and understand, this is the 70s. The 70s, you had Jimi Hendrix. Okay, matter of fact, also me doing my research, okay, I stumbled across some stuff with Jimmy Jimi Hendrix. Okay, check this out. Quick sidebar, real quick. Sidebar. So here goes a story where Jimmy and his band, okay, they're heading up to upstate New York. Is about a 3-hour drive or 3.5-hour drive, something like that. So it's about 6 of them in a van. They're heading up. They didn't know a snowstorm was going to happen. The snowstorm comes through, and you can look this up. Snowstorm comes through. Okay, all right. The visibility got bad for the driver. Next thing you know, they end up sliding off the road. Okay, all right. Wheels lost traction. Okay, the vehicle they was on the side of the road for quite some time. All right, the winds and the chill because it was freezing out there. Okay, everything was creeping in the van, so they started getting cold, really cold. Okay, you understand? All right, understand. This is why Jimi Hendrix dies at 27 instead of living a long life as a great musician, spiritual musician. Okay, all right, bad boy. You understand? Bad boy. Okay, understand. He used to sit in with Earth, Wind, and Fire around this time. Okay, all right. Boosie called a lot of them. Now let me keep going. Dionysus, what's happening, man? So, long story short, they only a few hours away from freezing in this van. Like I said, it's about 6, 7 of them, something like that. And I think the driver made 7 or 8, something like that. So what ended up happening was this. It's snowing outside, real heavy, bad. All of a sudden, they see the snow just kind of what's the word? Dissipate in a sense. So when the snow started to disappear, they're looking like, what's going on? And then in front of them, they see light coming down. Okay? They see light coming down. All right? And then whatever this is, it lands. Okay? Check this out. This was Jimmy's his right-hand man who told the story. Jimmy went to the grave with this story. Okay, Jimmy's right-hand man, okay, damn near his brother. Okay, Jimmy told his brother, do not tell this story. Okay, but of course, this is what they say, Aquarius, everything's coming out. Okay, so now, so they see something, they see light, it lands in front of the van. Tall, skinny, dark, very dark skin, this color, beings walk to the side of the van. Okay, all right, and they look at Jimmy. and they start speaking. Now everybody in the van like, what's going on? Like Jimmy, he didn't open his mouth. He didn't open his mouth at all. The entity is looking on the side of the van in the window, and they're talking. Okay, telepathically. All right. Then all of a sudden, check this out. Then all of a sudden, the inside of the van warms up. Okay, the inside of the van warms up. The streets all of a sudden start to clear. Okay, all right. Jimmy sat back down. He didn't say nothing. Okay, all of a sudden, the light went back up. All of a sudden, the van, some kind of way, got back on the road, and they were able to drive off. After that incident, Jimmy started telling people it's going to be a time where super black people will return. But now y'all want to listen to Sexy Red. Y'all want to listen to the murder, bang, bang, and all of that. Okay? His words were, okay, it's going to come a time where it's going to be a super black people who are going to return. And they said return. So we must have been here. Okay, all right. I'm going to talk about that. Okay, I'm going to talk about that. All right. And after that, Jimmy started making songs about getting your heart right. And then he died shortly after. Go look it up. Pull up his music. Pull up Jimmy's music. Talking about your heart, talking about your spiritual self, all this type of stuff. You know? Plus the crazy part about it, Jimmy had a white woman. And she had to respect his gangster because he was still like, hey, it's going to be a time where these super black people are going to return, and they're going to bring balance to this place with everyone. It's going to be a balance with everyone. Okay, it's going to be a cohesiveness. It's going to be a love. And shortly after, he died at 27. Let's get back to what we was doing. Now you can understand a little bit of what's happening here. Again, this is the 70s. Uh-oh, look at what's happening. Look at the show, what's happening. Remember what's happening? Remember Rerun? Most of you don't even remember this episode or never saw this episode. Okay, all right? Rerun went spiritual. Look at his pocket on his shirt. Okay, all right? That's some comedic ma'at type of energy. Isis wings. Okay, all right? I'm just trying to tell you what they were doing. They were making a mockery of anyone who went on a journey or trying to find themselves. Okay, and of course, on the end of this, they made Rerun look like he was a fool. Okay, all right. They made Rerun was like, I can't believe I believe that foolishness, man. You know, basically in so many words, he was calling it poison. So you wonder why your elders around you, your grandparents, and if you got older mothers and fathers, why they don't rock with you? Because they were taught that this is a game. And like I say, I found about 14 to 15 sitcoms that did this. And this is just the 70s. So I can only imagine coming through the 80s and 90s. Okay, all right. Again, shall I go back to it? Shape public perception. Okay, aiming to shape public perception. We building here, family. Now, let's go here. I got a lot of phone calls about this, but I want you to understand something here. Again, How them boys say it? How the people say it? Um, the truth not hating. Black or melanated people were placed and are shipped to this realm, falsely named Earth. Everything else is from here and partially primate. P.S. Our landing spot and creation is now called America. Man, Will, you tripping, man. You tripping. You saying like black people are from above or something. Like we not from here. John 8:23. And he said to them, you are from beneath. I am from above. You are of this world. I am not of this world. Huh? What we doing? Okay, all right. And this is also in the Gnostic as well. Okay, you can find this. Okay, all right. And this is quote unquote Jesus talking. All right. And he said to them, you are from beneath, I am from above. Okay, all right. I'm just trying to give you something here. All right. All right. It's a reason why. Let me say this. It's a reason why that we have been trained to mix and mingle. We gonna get into it. Okay, we gonna get into it. But it's a reason why, like my little bro hit me up. He say, man, because we just kind of building. So we start looking at the interracial porn. Okay, the interracial porn. All right, which they was doing heavily in the 60s, and they worked their way on up. All right, that was specifically okay, so white folk can get what you have. Okay, again, we are, to a certain degree, we're not even the same species, man. Okay, all right. I'm telling you some shit that's been popping up, man. Okay, well, Will, how are we not the same species, and we both have arms, legs, and a head, and all that? Well, a gorilla have arms, a head, you know, and all of that, you know. So you're a gorilla too? Okay, all right. You can find insects that walk around with hands up, with arms up and legs down. The goddamn praying mantis. Okay, all right. You know, like that's how they made a goddamn cricket. If you ever look at it, okay, it's made the same way with the head, the arms, and the. So you're a cricket too. So I'm saying, okay, all right. Black man, black woman, a melanated man, because I know how people get in their feelings. Well, no, we're not black, Will. We're not black. They gave us that name, Will. I get it. But understand something. There are entities that's darker than this shirt. Okay? Outside of this thing. All right? So we'll have that conversation later. But I'm just telling you, it's a reason for all of this. Now, let's dive deeper. Let's dive deeper. Like I said, I'm building something here. And I'm gonna tell you this now. Only about 10% of y'all going to realize what I'm about to talk to y'all about. It's only going to be about 10, maybe 15%. Okay? The rest of y'all going to have to die to see what I'm talking about. And that's just what it is. Let's move on. Here we go. Let's get it going. The Great Reset. Why am I talking about this? Okay, all right. I'm even get into this, and I was told to do this. I wasn't. So I'm gonna just give a little, a little piece of it. Okay, you can go look this up yourself if you want more, but I'm gonna just give you a little bit of it. Okay, Tartaria was based. So the way they break down Tartaria, okay, the way they break down Tartaria, they say Tartaria was an ancient world, okay, that was shut down in the 1800s. Okay, it was shut down in the 1800s. All right, and they had ancient technology. They had all this tech. They had buildings, beautiful skyscrapers, the whole nine. And a lot of people feel like the whole history was just ripped away. Okay, it was ripped away. But like I say, I'm gonna take you a step further on this quote unquote Tartarian. All right. Tartarian Empire refers to a group of, check this out now, okay, pseudo historical conspiracy theorists, including ideas of a hidden past and mud floods, which originated as pseudo scientific Russian nationalism. Okay, understand, pseudo simply means you're lying. Okay, all right, and of course, when the CIA came out with the phrase, or they took the phrase conspiracy theories, okay, to shut down anyone who wanted to think outside the box. Okay, and of course, conspiracy theories, that phrase was used so people don't question why Kennedy got killed. You understand? All right. Tartary or Tartaria is a historical name for Central Asia and Siberia. Now, that's what they say. All right, but we're going to keep going. Conspiracy theorists assert that Tartary, or the Tartarian Empire, was a lost civilization with advanced technology and culture. Okay, now here we go. Now I'm about to hit y'all with something that you could only find if you research. All right. But for the last couple of months, myself and my little brothers, we've been checking into this stuff. Okay, now check this out here. The Great New Orleans Fire of 1788. Now, mind you, I've never heard of this. Okay, until I started researching it, or we started. I've never heard of a New Orleans Great Fire. Check this out. Let me read something to you. The Great New Orleans Fire. Okay, the Great New Orleans Fire. Where is it? Okay, check this out. Was a fire that destroyed 856 of 1,100 structures in New Orleans. Check this out now. Check this out. Okay, now this is 1788. They say out of 1,100 buildings, damn near 900 were destroyed. That's 85 to 90% of the city was destroyed. So you mean to tell me New Orleans today is brand new? Okay. So what was in New Orleans before the fire? Okay, let me keep going. The Houston Great Fire refers to a devastating fire that consumed 40 city blocks in Houston, Texas on a cold, windy night, February 1912, just in the northeast of downtown. Okay, now we're going to stay around this time period, 1788, 1912. Okay. All right. So according to people who talk about Tartaria, they say it was shut down in the 1800s. Let's keep going here. Okay. So we got two fires here. Okay. Within 100 years of itself, of the fires. So let's keep going. The Great Galveston Fire of 1885, which began at the Vulcan Foundry, okay, on November 13th. Destroyed 40 city blocks, 500 buildings, left 1,500 people. Have y'all heard of that? Let's keep going. This is in Galveston now. This is in Galveston. Okay, let's keep going. The Great Fire of Alabama refers to a series of significant fires that devastated various towns and cities across the state, including the 1865 burning of the University of Alabama campus and the 1902 fire in Alexander City. Hold on. Let's keep going. The Great Fire of Pennsylvania refers to the devastating Great Fire of Pittsburgh in 1845, which destroyed a significant portion of the city's downtown area, leaving thousands homeless, causing substantial property damage. What's going on? Oh shit. The Great Fire of 1912 Atlanta, what's going on here? Over 50 blocks destroyed by flames. Hold on, this is Atlanta? Man, what the hell going on, man? Okay, check this out. The city went up in flames. Again, the Great Atlanta Fire of 1917 destroyed 1,900 buildings, wiped out 300 acres of real estate and left more than 10,000 people home. What's going on here? Damn, the Great Fire say, bro, the Great Fire of 1901, okay, Jacksonville, Florida. I don't think y'all, this thing, Malcolm X, what's up, boy? This thing is building. Hold on. Let's go to the bottom. The third largest urban fire in the U.S., next to the Great Fire in Chicago and the Great Fire in San Francisco. Hold on. What about the Great Fire, the fire in 1896 in Miami? Man, what's going on, bro? Let me open this up, man. Let me make sense of this. If you research cities from the late 1700s to the early 1900s, very, very early 1900s that burned down, they're going to say about 90% of this country burned to the ground. How come this is not taught? Hold up. Let me go back to this. How come this is not taught? Okay? How come this is not taught? Okay? At the bottom of this, the Tartarian Empire was a lost civilization with advanced technology and culture. Okay? Right? This was the 1800s. That's when they say Tartaria fell. I'm just trying to give you some information to go do yourself. When you look it up, it don't matter what state you put in, okay? It's going to say a great fire. So you're telling me 90% of this country was burned down. Why? Oh, what they said? Sound like somebody was hiding something. Ain't that something how research change things? When you really want to find some stuff, you'll find it. Hold on, I ain't done. Hold on. Now, once the whole country was burned down, again, we're talking the 1800s here. Okay, once the whole country burned down, okay, then all of a sudden, the first state penitentiary in the United States was the Walnut Street Jail in Philadelphia, which opened in 1790 and served as a prototype of solitary confinement and early attempts of criminal justice reform. Okay, all right. So now I didn't put the fire in Philly, but there is a fire in Philly too. Okay, so all of a sudden, everything being taken out the way. Everything being taken out the way. Okay. All right. Everything's being taken out the way. Okay. And hold on, let me see here. Everything is being taken out the way. And then they start building stuff. Uh-oh. Let's talk about it, family. Let's talk about it, man. Okay, so now, once Philly burned down, then all of a sudden they built a jail. Let's keep going, family. The first purpose built asylum in the United States was a public hospital for persons of insane and disordered minds in Williamsburg, Virginia. So you burn everything down, and we got the documentation. You burn everything down, and then you start building stuff up. You start building up prisons, insane asylums. Why? Oh, damn, I ain't done. The nation's first hospital, Pennsylvania Hospital, was founded in Philadelphia in 1751 by Benjamin Franklin, really, and Dr. Thomas Bond, with the mission to care for the sick, poor, and insane. Hey, man, what's the coincidence in that? Everything is being burned down, but if this country has been going on, okay, for quite some time, why is it that the first hospital only came into being in the 1800s? The first prison, 1800s. Insane asylum, 1800s. What's going on here? What's going on here? Okay, like I say, family, we're building. We're building. I want you to remember this stuff. Get a pen and paper, write stuff down. Because we're building here. Okay, check this out now. Genesis 1:6, 1, 6, and 7. And God said, let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters. And God made the firmament and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament. And it was so. What am I saying? God said, let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters. The waters, and I've been teaching about this, and if you have been paying attention, okay, all right, the waters, aka consciousness, aka yourself. So a separation was happening here, family. Okay, and understand the firmament. Let me give you this, because many of you have no clue what the firmament really is. Okay, all right. So now we know the firmament is up there, right? That fake ass sky up there. That if you travel in the countryside at night, it's the same stars, the same alignment every night. Nothing moves ever. Every school history book or science book you have is a fucking lie. Try not to curse, but it is a lie. You understand? That's what it is. Okay, you can go anywhere in the world and you're going to see the same stars. Okay, that's what you're going to see. Now, when they say, and God made the firmament and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament. Now, another, and which is ultimately the deeper level of what the firmament is. What is the last four letters in the word firmament, family? What are the last four letters and what do they mean? Somebody put that in the comments for me. what are the last 4 letters, okay, of the word firmament, and what does it mean? Okay, because we see those last 4 letters in many things, many words. So somebody put that in there for me real quick before I go on. Somebody go ahead and drop that right quick. Somebody go ahead and drop that right quick. Okay, mental, right? We're talking about that old noggin, right? So this is the reason why. Okay, let me give you an example. So I had about 4 people in the last couple weeks. They wanted a hard copy of the Ashkavata. I mean the Ashkavata Gita, the Ashkavata Gita. Yeah, the Ashtavaka Gita. There it is. So they wanted a hard copy, so I sent it to them. I sent them some hard copies of that text. Now I got a phone call from my brother. The first thing he told me is, "Man, Brother Will," he said, "Man, I don't understand nothing in this book. Like this is like Spanish to me or something." Now, why can't he read that? Why can't he perceive what's going on? Okay, now, when you are under the influence of MK Ultra, the food, the television, the movies, check this out now. Comedy movies is mind control. War movies is mind control. Well, Will, how comedy movies is mind? Because comedy movies are most likely based on a situation that happens in the hood. Okay, all right, or prison, or some family stuff. It is mind control. Okay, it is what it is. All right, you must understand something. You're not from here. Let me get to that. Okay, all right. So comedies, horrors, war movies, boys in the hood, all of that's mind control. The only movies that are not mind control is stuff like, and y'all should know, movies like what's the one? Keanu Reeves, The Matrix, Truman Show, Wag the Dog. I mean, in today's time, Ready Player One, Free Guy. I mean, the list goes on and on. I watched a movie the other day called The Nines with my boy Ryan Reynolds. Okay, he was in another movie that was also real information, which was he was green. He wore the green suit. He was a superhero or something. Green Lantern. Okay, all right. All of those other movies are mind control. All right. I'm just telling you what it is. I'm just telling you who's behind it. Just letting you know. Okay, all right. Now, they also put a little bit of it in those movies as well. Okay, they also put a little bit of it in those movies. All right, but they can't fully recreate the whole Matrix movies. They can't fully, put everything in it. So what they do is they make the one on the Matrix, Keanu Reeves, a white boy. They do Free Guy. They make it a white boy. Gods of Egypt, they make it all white because they need to do that. Again, they're trying to be you and you're not trying to be yourself. Again, they're not the same species as you, so they want to be you. This is the reason why. Okay, I'm gonna drop something else on you. All right, I don't know if y'all know some of these first round pick football players about to come out. These NBA players who get drafted and all of a sudden they got a white woman. Well, understand something. There's a strategic play where these men, these white men, okay, they push their daughters in the line of those draftees, of those NFL drafts and those NBA drafts and them baseball players and them black ballers. Okay, all right. They strategically put the white woman or their white daughters in the limelight of in the way of them. Okay, all right. And then she do whatever she got to do to get him with her. And next thing you know, they all in photos together with kids and stuff. Okay, the whole time, this was a whole different species, man. Okay, and understand something. Let me say this. Okay, we do have some quote unquote white people out here. Okay, and I know a few of them. Okay, who have accepted things about themselves, and they own it. You understand? Okay, they brilliant with it. Okay, all right. So they kind of go beyond themselves in a sense. Okay, on the way to nothingness. Anyway, but I'm telling you what's going on here is a strategic play that's happening. All right, man. And for people who've been really checking me out or following me for years, I've never went black, white, heavy like that. But it's so much that you don't know. So much. Again, 90% of the country was burned down. And then they started to build stuff like prisons, hospitals, and insane asylums to do certain things. I'm just saying, you need to know what the fuck is going on here. Okay? Golly, I cursed again. Damn, I'm trying to stop. So, like I said, the firmament, okay, and many of you still have that, okay, myself included, okay, all right, we're trying to get away from that. And this gives a whole nother understanding on as above, so below, okay, because you have damn near an invisible prison around your head that you can't even hear. Like I said, the brother, he reading the text, he can't even hear. And he can read it, but he can't even hear or comprehend anything about it. Okay, all right. So, and this is a black brother. So understand something. Even your people, okay, all right, like you got to leave them too. Okay? It is what it is. You got to get away from them too. I'm just saying. Okay? So let's keep kicking. And of course, like I said, when they say on here, and God made the firmament and divided the waters which were underneath, which was under the firmament from the waters which were above. So that was a fall. The fall was happening. Things were being taken away. All right. You were being stripped away from the Father. Okay. All right. According to certain religious texts. Okay. Right. The Father and yourself was one. You were being taken away from the Father. You understand? Okay, all right. And then the Father is an androgynous word. So don't get all hooked up in your feelings, because the last three letters in the word Father is what it is. Okay, all right. Her is deaf for a reason, just like the word brother. We talked about that 10 years ago. Supposed to be on that already. Okay, all right. So one time we were with the Father, we were one. We were separated. Okay, we were separated, and now we're here. In ignorance, believing that your human life matters. Let's keep kicking. All right. And this is a part of it as well. So I'm refreshing you right now. Because like I said, we're going somewhere. It's a build, family. The biblical story of Lucifer's fall, later identified as Satan, is described in Isaiah 14:12-17 and Ezekiel 28:11-19, where he is depicted as a powerful, beautiful angel who, driven by pride, desired to be like God and ultimately rebelled, leading to his expulsion from heaven. Okay, let's keep kicking. Okay, speaking of Lucifer, let's get into Lucifer. All right, let's get into Lucifer. And like I said, it's that androgynous energy, but we're going to take it a step further and touch on the knowledge part of it. Okay, speaking of Lucifer, all right, the word Lucifer simply means light bearer or bearer of lights, correct? We should know that by now. Okay, we should know that by now. Share the blanket of family, y'all know what it is. Okay, okay, it's one that bears light. That's the Statue of Liberty. Okay, the light bearer. All right. Okay, now understand. Okay, you know how we do when we first get into the journey. When a white man took everything, he took everything. Well, probably, you know. But I mean, we'll get to that. So this is also the Statue of Liberty that happened to exist about 40 years before the Statue of Liberty came into being. Okay, all right, and she's holding a lamp over her head. Now, it is said that, she was holding that because she was a slave and she was going through this and going through that. Like I said, if you want slavery stories, then you go elsewhere. This is for the ascended masters over here. Okay, all right. All right, you're not going to tell me that we were slaves all over the world and nobody have a boat. We talking about millions and millions of people all being slaves all over the world. We don't have one boat to prove nothing, a cargo ship, nothing. So if you want the slavery stuff, go talk to your less than people who still believe that they have to, fight the white man in the courthouse and try to be a politician to make a change and all that little bull crap. Okay, now, all right. So just wanted to give you that little part right there of it. Okay. So now let's dive back in. Statue of Liberty was completed in France in 1884 and dedicated in the United States on October 20, 1886. Now, check this out. Now we're going somewhere here. Okay, we're going somewhere here. Why is everything happening in the 1800s? Why is a statue in America, the fall of Lucifer in the Big Apple? Okay, we already went through the science of the Big Apple, which is yourself as well. Okay, all right. I don't know which video that was, but I went into that science. Okay. All right. So everything, check this out. The Statue of Liberty was disassembled and shipped from France, arrived in New York harbor on June 17, 1885. Okay. Why is the fall of Lucifer, after everything burns down, fires in New York too? Look it up. Okay. And after everything burns down, okay, all of a sudden things are being built back up. And then they give a statue of Lucifer. And let's take it a step further of this lost Lucifer. Okay, all right. She have chains around her foot. Okay, all right. Letting you know that she's enslaved. She's letting you know that Lucifer is enslaved. Okay, and of course your quote unquote historian is gonna say, well, that's for the slaves and all of this and all of that. Okay, but Lucifer is in hell and he's enslaved in hell. And why would they have chains at the bottom of the Statue of Liberty? Let's keep going. And of course, there's the torch, and the torch is high. Okay, all right, but you can't get to the torch until you start to deal or do the real work internally. And of course, we should know Kundalini energy. We get all of that. Okay, all right, that's the torch. All right, just like the Olympics is the same thing. So the Olympic Games is based upon an internal fight. Everything has been made physical. Okay? Why are you trying to live your best life, your whole life? Everything outside of you is loosely based off what's going on internally. Will, what you talking about? You think if all of us were really on was really righteous, you think Sexy Red would exist? You think if all of us was really righteous, these little dudes would be getting airtime, putting out these videos of them killing each other and doing drugs and all this type of stuff here? You think if we were really righteous, if we were really on point, that stuff wouldn't even be around. So that's why the Olympics is called a game. It's called the Olympic Games. Okay, you have to fight to get to the torch or to bring the torch up. Okay, all right, we're fighting for righteousness. That's why we're still so ignorant and upset with everything and pissed off about this, and we're still able to get sick and all of this stuff. Being sick is ignorance. Getting a disease is ignorance. We're supposed to be getting none of that. Let's keep kicking. Let me take it a step further. Take it a step further where both of them come from. The black one, the so-called black one, and the white one. Libertas. Okay? All right? Well, which was liberty, but that comes from the goddess Libertas, the Roman goddess of freedom. Okay? You understand? All right? And she is the one in hell right now. She is the Lucifer. They made a movie called Lucy, remember? She is the one in hell. Okay, all right. And how do you retrieve her? How do you retrieve her? By listening to yourself. By understanding the correct information. Stop listening to everybody thinking all information can help you. That is not the case. There's wrong information being taught out here. That's why no one is righteous right now. That's why it's only about 5, maybe 10% of us who are on a righteous path. And we don't have no ancient texts that talk about we have to be evil. We have to be bad. We don't have nothing that says that. Every text that we can come across about quote unquote being on this particular path of awakening, okay, all right, is one word: love. It is what it is. So the feminine energy is inside of us, enslaved in chains right now. And the feminine energy that is enslaved inside you is now called the Statue of Liberty, which is Lucifer. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. In the story of Atlantis, a powerful advanced civilization. Don't that sound like Tartaria? In the story of Atlantis, a powerful advanced civilization ruled by a confederation of kings was destroyed by earthquakes and floods. Same thing they said about Tartaria. and swallowed by the sea after being defeated by an Antioch-led alliance and succumbing to divine punishment for their hubris and wickedness. So you're telling me that these people were messed up. You're telling me they had all this power and all this and all that, and they didn't appreciate it. Let's keep kicking. In the book of Enoch, the fall of the Watchers referred to the story of angels who led by Semyaza, disobeyed God, mated with human women, and taught humans forbidden knowledge, resulting in the birth of the Nephilim and widespread corruption. Okay, all right. So even with this, if you want to get into it a little bit, okay, in the book of Enoch, all right, they disobeyed God. They went against the energy. Let's keep going. Okay, in H.P. Lovecraft's Cthulhu mythos, the fall of the elder gods refers to a cosmic conflict between the elder gods and the great old ones, with the elder gods like Marduk ultimately prevailing and imprisoning or banishing the great old ones yourself, leaving the earth for a time. Okay, all of these stories, okay, is talking about some kind of fall, just like the scripture, the separation of the firmament. Okay, all right, Lucifer, right there in New York, that is you. You're looking at yourself, okay, in prison with chains on the feet, on the ankles. All right, like I said, we going somewhere with this, family. Hang around. In the Greek mythology, the fall of the Titans refers to the Titanomachy, a war where the Olympian gods Zeus, Hades, Poseidon, etc., overthrew the Titans, Kronos, Uranus, etc., the elder gods, and imprisoned them in Tartarus. Ooh, Tartarus, aka Tartaria, the Tartarian Empire. I mean, come on, man. It all lines up now. It all lines up. Okay, all right. Now, I'm not saying Tartaria was real. Okay, all right. But I'm going to give you an understanding on what it is. You dig? All right. Let's keep kicking. Let's keep kicking. Now, let's get into this. The Apocalypse of Adam, the Gnostic text. Okay, I thought this was real interesting. Like I said, we're building, family. We're going somewhere with this. And what I got to tell you in the end, in my Denzel voice, the Apocalypse of Adam, which is in the Gnostic text. Okay, the fall of Adam and Eve. Here we go. A story you've never heard before. That of course not taught in church, but some of you have heard. Okay, the revelation that Adam taught his son Seth in the 700th year. Okay, saying, "Listen to my words, my son said. When God created me out of the earth along with your mother Eve, I went. What did it say? Excuse me. I went about with her in the glory that she saw." Check this out now. Okay, here we go. What we are. I went about with her in the glory that she saw in the eternal realm from which we came. Now listen to what I just said. Okay, I went with her in the glory that she saw in the internal realm from which we came. Now they said they came from an eternal realm. Okay, all right. This is what they're saying. She taught me knowledge of the eternal God, and we resembled the great eternal angels, for we were higher than the God who created us, and the powers with him whom we did not know. I'm going to say this again. And we, Adam and Eve, resembled the great eternal angels, for we were higher than the God who created us. So all of you who say, God got me with this, God do this for me, God do this, according to the text, you are above this cretin. You are above this thing, according to the text. Okay? All right? We resemble the great eternal angels, and the great eternal angels are above said God. This is why I try not to use the word God anymore, because it is a negative word. God or God, those are negative terms. Okay, we are above this. We're going to another level here. We cannot stay in the same place expecting something new. Let's keep going. God, the ruler of the realms and powers, check this out. God, the ruler of the realms and powers, divided us in wrath, and then we became two beings. Woo! I know that probably went over y'all head right there. I know that probably went over y'all head. Now understand, this is Adam telling his son Seth a story. Okay, this is Adam telling his son Seth a story. Hold on, let me open this up. Okay, all right. God, the ruler of the realms, okay, and the powers divided us in wrath, and then we became two beings. What is that saying? That we were one being. We were one entity. And this is when man and woman became. But before that, there was nor man nor woman. It was just one being of light. Okay, all right. But the God that y'all love so much, okay, in his rage of jealousy, ripped that being in two and made them chase each other forever, thinking that, it's supposed to be a physical thing. Ultimately, okay, it is you trying to find your significant other within you. This is the reason why every single relationship struggles, because is set up in a false pretense. It's set up falsely. Okay? All right? You're never supposed to struggle. All right? We don't have no text that say struggling is a thing. That is a human concept. That is a religious concept put inside of you so you believe you're supposed to fight for love. We don't have that nowhere. We don't have proof of that nowhere but what the white boy, this fucking cretin, said to you. Religion. This is why you struggle in your relationship. This is why you will always struggle in your relationship. Don't shoot the messenger. I'm just saying. There's levels that you can obtain once each person has done a significant amount of work. Then y'all can exist in the same area. Until then, it's going to be beautiful. It's going to be this. It's going to be that. Okay? You understand? And what's going to happen is this. Y'all going to have to fuck to try to make the relationship right. Because that's how it happens most of the time, right? Okay, y'all fussing about this, that, then y'all have sex, then we like, the woman always say, I'm still mad at you, but I'm going to let you off the hook this time. So, based on ignorance, you want to be with this man, you want to be with this woman. That's more of what they put inside of you. Okay? All right? I'm going to get into this, not chat. I'm here, not chat, because I want to say some other stuff. But I'm going to keep it kicking. Let's keep it. Okay, here we go. God, the ruler of the realms, and the powers divided us in the wrath, and then we became two beings. The glory in our hearts left us. Woo! Here we go. Just listen, huh? The glory, check this out. when you started to, and again, I'm again, look, the information said, I don't have to say it. Okay, all right, I'm telling you what it reads. Here we go. All right. Once we were divided, okay, we became two beings. Check this. Now listen to what it says. The glory in our hearts left us. So y'all think, well, I'm in love with him. No, that is false. You're not in love with no one. That cannot be done. That is not a real thing. Okay, it is a fake emotion given to you to make you feel some kind of way for about the first month or so, and then it dies because it's not real. Okay, and again, that's something I got years ago, and of course is in the text as well. Okay, once we became two, I'm reading it to you. Once we became two, the glory in our hearts left us. Me and your mother Eve, along with the first knowledge that breathed in us. Check this out. They're saying that the knowledge that they had of themselves, okay, and the glory in their hearts left. So they were left with no knowledge and no love. Okay, and check this out. And glory fled from us and entered another great realm. Okay, basically is hidden from you. Your mother Eve and I didn't come from this realm. Woo! But knowledge entered into the seed of great eternal beings. Check this out. I'm gonna read this out because I want y'all to get this. Your mother Eve and I didn't come from this realm. I just told you here, family. All right, you need to get out your head that we're all equal. Okay, I hate listening to quote unquote black people talk about we just want equality and we just want to be respected. I don't want no damn equality from no goddamn creature. I don't want nothing from you. I don't even have to be like you. Okay, I'm above you. Okay, we're not even from the same place. Okay, all right, a version of me made you. I digress. Eve, along with the first knowledge that breathed in us, the glory fled from us and entered another great realm. Your mother Eve and I didn't come from this realm. Nah, Will, you tripping, you crazy, man, you crazy. We didn't come from here. Okay, here we go. But knowledge entered into the seed of great eternal beings. For this reason, I myself have called you by the name of that person who is the seed of a great generation and his predecessor. Now, after those days, the eternal knowledge of the God of truth withdrew from me and your mother Eve. Then we learned about the inanimate as we did about human beings. We recognized the God who created us. We were not strangers to his powers, and we served him in fear and slavery. After these events, our hearts darkened, and I slept in my heart's darkened thoughts. So you think you're in love and all this here, and you don't even know what the hell a heart is. You're walking in ignorance. You're believing that you're somebody in ignorance. This is why I said in the beginning of the video, you got to make your choice. It's no more playing both sides of this thing. Either you're going to walk in righteousness on your way to the heavens, which is the highest regions of yourself, or you're going to live in this world and be a part of this ignorance. It's on you. Okay, and that was the apocalypse of Adam, if you want to go read that yourself. Okay, which exposed everything. Okay, all right, it exposed everything. Let me give you a little bit more that I didn't put on you. Okay, in another part of this text, it says, it talks about how this particular God, okay, and I'm kind of paraphrasing because I'm trying to get to the point. So this particular God, most of y'all heard this story. He didn't know he had a mother when he came into being. He started creating other beings just like him. Okay, all right. But he heard somebody say something, which was one of the great mothers, Sophia. This is where you get the word psychic. You get the word psychic with the ph and all of that. You get the word philosophical and so forth and so on. All of these words are terms that come from the word Sophia. Okay, all right. So now, this guy was so pissed off. Okay, so let me connect all this for you. That guy was so pissed off that he wasn't the main God of all. What he did was he saw that Sophia had other beings with her. Okay, and Adam and Eve was one entity that was with her. It was one being. Okay, all right. So he in rage. Okay, he made in himself that I'm a clone these angels that you have up here that are above me. I'm gonna clone them, and I'm gonna make my own realm. So when he cloned, okay, this these things, instead of him making one being, he made two, male and female. Okay, and while he was trying to bring them to life, they didn't come to life. Okay, you're like, damn, why are they not moving? Why are they not moving? So he was in the process of enslaving everybody. Okay, so in a certain way to trying to somewhat help out, Sophia came through him and put light in those bodies. And that light that's in those bodies, okay, those lights that in those bodies come from a higher place than what he is. Okay, all right. And him, aka the firmament, aka the firmament that's around you, okay, that is your enslavement. Okay, ultimately that God doesn't exist. That God is the slavery that's over your head right now. Okay, that's what that is. You understand? Okay, all right. So from there, these beings woke up, and then they started to learn that, hold on, what the hell going on, man? How the hell I got here? Okay, all right. So at one time they were one entity. They were love. They didn't have to look for it. They were bliss. They were happiness. They had all knowledge. They didn't have to look for it. So now we're down here, and those bodies that were created, okay, were made from the highest level of technology there is. Okay, all right, I'm gonna get to that a little later, because these bodies is not. See, this is the thing. We have become so, well, I'm not gonna say we become dumbed down, because we always been dumbed down. It is what it is. But the hospital system, again, they created it. There's their stuff purposely. Okay, all right. These particular bodies, they make you believe that the heart is this, the kidneys is this, everything. You know, you got to take medicine for this. You got to work hard. You got to do this. You got to do that. I'm gonna break all of this stuff down to you. Okay, we'll get into that once I get to the end of it. So let's keep going here. Dog City. Now, I talked about this before, but not like this, because I didn't understand this at that time. Okay. So now, Dog City is a documentary. Dog City is a documentary. I'll say this again. Dog City is a documentary. Okay. All right. This is when things are about to start getting a little. Goddamn. Well, hold on, man. Dog City is a documentary. It's called Dark City for a reason. That's where we are. We are in the dark right now. Although you feel like that's the sun outside, no, that is a fake illusion. That is also tech. Okay, a very high version of tech. So that is also fake. All right. Don't let nobody sit up here and tell you that the sun matters. Okay, man, you gotta go outside and get the sun, man. The sun help you get knowledge. Okay, all right. I don't know one motherfucker that go outside and I'm not beating on my chest, but I am just a little bit. Okay, like I don't know one motherfucker who go outside and worship the goddamn sun. Is nowhere in the ballpark of nothing that I've said over the years. Okay, all right. All any of my people, all people, you know, who I look at as equals. Okay, some of them on here, a lot of them on here. Okay, all right. And you don't need no sun for that. Okay, the original sun is yourself. Let's move on. Dark City is a documentary. So when you watch it now, okay, and when you watch how crazy it is, it's gonna fuck you up. Okay, because it messed me up, man. It messed me up. These particular people here are called the strangers. They are called the strangers. Okay, aka the higher white boy. That's what they are. Okay, all right, not your mundane white boy. Okay, but he have a little bit of it. But the higher white boy. Okay, that's who they are. And on this movie, all they did was study this guy right here named John Murdoch. All they did in this city was study and examine the people. That's all they did. Okay, let me see if I have it here. Remember this? Remember this? What did they do in this movie? They went underneath and they had nothing but black people in these rooms. And what were they doing? Studying, examining, and experimenting. Okay? This is a real thing, family. Okay? This is a real thing that's actually happening. Okay? All right? It's a reason why the only place in the world that gets sick is America. Okay? All right? Most of the time anyway. All right? If you go outside of this country, you don't hear cancer. You don't hear AIDS. You don't hear a lot of diseases because that stuff was strategically placed here in America for black people. The true ancient aliens. Okay, all right, because they're trying to keep you here. What am I saying? They put needles in a pineal gland. They put needles in a pineal gland all throughout this movie. They figure if they can continue, okay, to shut down, if they can continue to shut down your first eye, you will not rise up. And as long as you keep believing in this music, the food, the TV, okay, so I know a lot of people focus on entertainment. You know, I know a lot of people focus on what's hot in the news today. You know, that's not a good thing. Because what you're doing is you're attacking people's pineal gland. Literally. Let me say this. You as a extraterrestrial, okay, your focus is not supposed to be on what humans are doing. You should not know if there's if Sexy Red having sex with this one. You should not know the last episode on Love and Hip Hop and all the rest of that stuff. Okay, what you're doing is you are attacking your own pineal gland and you will not rise because of it. Okay? Because there's a certain energy that is projected from that. So you must understand something. Everything around us is zeros and ones. Okay? All right? And depending on the frequency of that, okay? All right, I'll put it like this. Let's say you up here. this entity. Okay, all right, and you want to come down here. Like I said, everything is zeros and ones, and when you pay attention to it, you become it. Okay, zeros and ones. What am I saying? A computer. It's grid lines around us. You can see that from here. Okay, all right. So what happens is when you focus on it, you become what you put your focus on. Okay, so if you don't focus on the world and what's happening, okay, you can rise, and you can teach those that are beneath you to rise with you as well. But when you focus on that, you suffer because of this. Because this is not a world. This is not reality how you think. This thing is nothing but zeros and ones. We're inside the most highly advanced computer ever existed. I'm just saying. Okay, so when you see on here, okay, that they're shooting the pineal gland, okay, all right, that is you focusing what's going on TV, focusing what's going on the radio. Let me take it a step further. I know a lot of y'all like going to the clubs, things of that nature. You must understand something, family. These people cross their T's and dot their I's. Okay, MK Ultra. What's another version of MK Ultra that they used to do some of their people? Okay, even some prisoners they did this to. They would lock them in a room with flashing lights, loud music, or loud sounds. Okay, and usually it's dark. They make sure that everything is turned down. Okay, a real dark room, loud noise, and they'll flash lights every few seconds or so. What does that sound like? Where do black people go where it's a dark room, flashing lights, and loud noise? What do that remind you of? I'm gonna help you. All the clubs y'all like to go to. You think it's by coincidence that there's 100 clubs in every city? That is strategically placed there for you. Okay, all right. The darkness, okay. The darkness, okay, all right, helps shut down the visual aspect of yourself, spiritually and physically. Okay, the loud noise, okay, Bobby would say your inner ear melanin, things of that nature. Okay, but your pineal gland damn near hangs like a bell. Okay, so when you have loud noise, and it's not just loud noise, okay, it is F this nigga, kill this slut, suck my whatever, eat my this, da 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 da. Okay, and then the flashing lights, okay, is also a direct connect. About 5-6 years ago, I did a video breaking down the sciences of a phone, okay, and the light that's inside the phone, and the reason why when your children get on the phone, they don't want to put it down, okay, because the light on the phone, okay, wasn't supposed to be there. This is the reason why Steve Jobs was killed, because there were certain things that was put into the phone that he didn't want there. You understand? He didn't want there. Okay? He didn't want there. So they had to get him out of here, so they can start adding stuff. And this is the reason why your children don't know anything. This is the reason why, you start asking your kids to do stuff or do this or do that. They don't remember. They can study for a test, go to school and fail a test, and they come home and tell you they failed a test. You're like, boy, wasn't you in here studying all night? I sat right there with you. How the hell you failed? Because you bought him a phone. bought him a phone. And you don't understand that you're inside of a highly technical bowl, in a sense. Okay? All right? I'm just saying. So this is what I mean. Dark City is a documentary. And not only that, we gonna get more into that too. We gonna get more into that. Yes, we are. Okay. All right. So just know, when you go to the club, okay, all right, let me ask y'all this. Some of y'all ever had that feeling? Okay, some of y'all who on the path, and your people get you out to the club, you know, and you starting to really go hard on your journey, and you go to the club, and they having the greatest time, and you sitting there like, I really don't want to be here. Because what's happening is the transformation is going down inside you, that is starting to repel negativity. The club is negativity. Shit, this realm is, we'll talk about that. But I'm just saying, okay? I'm just saying. All right? So let's keep going. So now, this movie, and when I noticed this a couple months ago, I was like, no, indeed, no. I didn't even realize that this movie, The Planet of the Apes, was about you. Black man, black woman. Yeah. Yeah, it was about you. Now, check this out. Okay? Connect some dots for you. So on this movie, this guy, Murdoch, okay? This guy, Murdoch, he catch one of these people. He catch one. He put a knife to him. He tell him. He said, what do you want with us? Why are you doing this to us? He said, we're here to study the human soul. We want what you have. We want what you are. We want what you have. So basically, they don't have that. Okay, basically, they come from something else that's not you. Okay, they come from something else. We're not the same. This Dark City. Okay, now let's get to this. Here goes the Planet of the Apes. This was a planet full of black people, and they called you apes. Go figure. They called you apes. Okay, all right. And that's how we look when the white man came to the planet. We was like, get your filthy ass out of here. So, understand something here, okay? We were a certain type of being, okay, when it was just us. Okay? When it was just us, we were a certain type of being. All right? Now, check this out. In this movie, now I just told you, okay? I just told you. On Dark City, he put the knife to the stranger's neck and asked him, what you want with us? He said, we're trying to study the human soul. We basically want, we don't have it. Here goes this movie here, Planet of the Apes. When the white man came to their planet, they caught him. They put him in chains. One of the quote-unquote apes, a.k.a. the black man and woman, said, look at them. They don't even have a soul. Hey man, like I said, man, this is more than just, okay, just consciousness and this and that. Nah, man. This thing is real. Like, this thing is actually happening. And you, black man or woman, you are not even from here. You were put here. Okay? You were placed here. We're going to get into that. Let's keep going. Here's a movie that I had a couple people check out. In this movie, let me open this up. You see the guy at the bottom? Okay, so now the woman and the guy at the top were the originals. Okay, or the great old ones, aka yourself. The guy at the bottom, check this out. Now, even on Inhumans, just like these people here, the strangers, they did not have power like Murdoch had. They did not have the power. Murdoch represents you, black man and black woman. Of course, they got to put themselves up in there because they can't show a bunch of superhero movies with you in it because that may spark something. I'm just saying they cannot show that. So they got to show themselves and make you worship them. This is the reason why, black people tuck their tail between their legs when they in a conversation with a white man. I'm just saying. Okay, all right. So they got to make sure to show themselves. They can't show you. This is the reason why Chadwick Boseman, all of a sudden, he's healthy as hell, healthy as a mug. Okay, all of a sudden he gets sick and died right after the damn near every black person in the world went to go see Black Panther. And all of a sudden he gets sick and died. Man, come on, man. All right, because they were feeling too good. Black folks were feeling too good. We were feeling amazing. And they had to bring that shit back down. They said, we got to kill this nigga. Or we got to help him kill himself, one of the two. And what I mean by help him kill himself, okay, he somewhat, to a certain degree, I'm more than sure they went ahead and set a trap for him. Okay, just like mice. Okay, you don't kill mice. You got rats in your house. You don't kill rats. Okay, you set the trap. A rat kill itself. You understand that? Hopefully that didn't go over your head. Okay, so that's what they did to Chadwick Boseman. Okay, they put the trap. Okay, it was probably a woman. They probably set him up with a woman or something. She probably came out the blue, bumped into him one day. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bump into you, whatever. Okay, he probably got tight with her, whatever the case was. And okay, he fell for it, and next thing you know, all of a sudden, like, this nigga went from a healthy ass 205 pounds or something like that to 160 pounds within months or something like that. Crazy. But they had to shift the energy. Again, these are zeros and ones all around us here, family. Okay, all right? And they understand if we can shift things a certain way, if we can shift the momentum of things a certain way, it can shoot off a domino effect and slow things down. This is not a world, family. We are inside of a highly advanced computer, the highest ever created. You must understand this. If you don't, again, you will suffer thereof. Okay, all right. Now myself, I'm starting to realize even more so. Years ago, I remember when Dr. Layla Africa made the transition. When Layla Africa made the transition years ago, I remember I was drinking, I had a huge bottle of Captain Morgan at the time. I'm drinking some Captain Morgan, and I had just finished a video. And I'm just sitting there. I'm still on the computer. I'm just sitting there. Next thing you know, I feel somebody, then I see an afro. And I'm like, and I smelled like some old colognes. And next thing you know, I see somebody grab my damn thing out the, grab and start pouring up. Josh Smith, what's up, mom? What's happening? Brother Ty, what's happening? What's happening? And I'm looking, and he pouring. And he said, man, because this is right after he transitioned. He said, man, the stuff I thought I knew. The stuff I thought I knew. He said, man, let me get a shot. He said, man, let me get a shot. I'm like, damn, well, what the hell you know? But of course, I'm at a certain time. I'm at a certain thought process at that time. I'm nowhere in the ballpark where I am now. You understand? So I'm still thinking he finding out that he got blah, 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 blah. And, it's this thing go deeper than just white folk and black folk, whatever. That's the type of time I was on years ago. All right. So, and a lot of people, I've had a lot of people pop up and tell me that, but I'm using names that y'all know. So here goes Brother Panic a couple of years ago. Okay. So Panic check up out of here. Okay. I end up connecting with him one day. He erasing out everything he ever taught. I'm like, damn, what's going on? He's showing the mirror. He's showing the mirror of himself. He put the mirror in front of me. Like, he's showing the mirror and stuff. I'm like, damn. We sitting at this little bar whatnot. And he's showing the mirror. He erasing it. He's like, nah, man, nah. And the very next day, his whole page gets shut down. I'm like, damn. I said, I just was, what the hell? Okay. So there's a whole nother level of thinking beyond this thing, man. Okay. All right. Even Brother Panic was like, damn, he was in shock. Okay, all right. So you could believe what the hell I'm saying or not. It don't matter to me. I just dropped the message off. Okay, and you take it, you roll with it, whatever. You research it yourself, whatever. It is what it is. But I'm letting you know, Dark City is a documentary, including the shifting of the worlds. Okay, remember I just showed you all of them cities that burned. Okay, 90% of the country burned down. Basically, things were shifted and moved around. Here goes Dog City. Every night they shift the buildings when people wake up. Nothing is the same. I just showed you that, man. I just showed you the documents of this stuff, man. Okay, I'm just saying here, family. This is a documentary. Let's keep going. Okay, it's a documentary. Okay, Planet of the Apes, a documentary. Okay, all right. Even the anger we had towards this. Okay, all right. Let's keep going. So back to Inhumans. Like I said, the people at the top. The people at the top, you could say represent the great old ones. That's yourself. The one at the bottom is the quote unquote, he was the little brother. He was jealous of the people at the top, and he had no power. Okay. All right. He was doing everything to get power, but he had no power. Just like the so-called, let's keep moving. Now, I just told you, okay, about the insane asylum that was created. Now it's about to get funny. Okay, I just told you about the insane asylum that was created, I think in the late 1700s. Why was it created? Why was the prison created? Why was the hospital created at that time after the whole country burned down? Why? Because they needed to put people in it. People like yourself. Here goes Glass. Okay, Mr. Glass, right here in the front, the black man. The black man was telling everybody that these comic books, speaking of comic books, the earliest known comic book, The Adventures of Obadiah Oldbuck, was published in Europe in 1837 in several different languages, none of which were English. 4 years later, an English version was published in the UK. The following year, that version was reprinted in New York. Here we go again. Even the comic books came out in the 1800s. What's going on in the 1800s, man? late 1700s, mid 1800s, and there's a lot of stuff out there. But what's truly happening here? Here we go. Now, on the movie Glass, okay? Now, all three of these people had supernatural strength, okay? All right? Mr. Glass, he was the one up here. So right before he died, the white girl, the club, because she had the club on her wrist, she was a part of a certain club, she leans over to him and says, "You were right about what they had in the comics. You were right." Right before he died, she whispered this to him. And this is on my Instagram right now. Okay, but now I see this in a much different light. Much different light. All the Speeds, what's up? What's up? What's up? How you doing? So she tell him, you were right about the comics. We cannot have gods amongst us. It's not fair. She said when in so many words, when one of y'all come online, we got to take one of y'all out. We got to take y'all out of here. We cannot have people. We cannot have these guys walking around. We can't have that. We can't have it. We can't have it. Woo-wee. X-Men 2, The Last Stand. These are the first three X-Men movies that came out in the late 90s, early 2000s, and these are the only three with Halle Berry. Family, these are documentaries. Oh, I'm about to take you somewhere now. I'm about to take you somewhere now. Will, hold on, man. Where you going with this, man? Like I said, for the people who's just jumping on, okay, if you don't watch what I said in the beginning, and I went through all of the steps, all of the things, okay, setting this up, okay, all right, you know, in the very beginning when I talked about how evolution is a lie, there was never, we never evolved from anything, okay, all right. I'm gonna throw this at you, and I hit this, and I threw this in my little bro too. Cars, as you know them today, has always existed. Cars, as you know them today, has always existed. Okay, the Wright brothers who made airplanes and all of this never existed. Airplanes, helicopters, whatever it is, have always existed. Okay, this was never. Okay, let me open this up. This was never an evolution. Okay, all right, and you're gonna understand it, and it's gonna mess you up. Try not to cuss, you know, like I said, something happening. Okay, it's a whole nother world, man. X-Men, the first three, okay, are documentaries. Dark City, a documentary. This is more than what I've ever known, man. Okay, I'm just saying. It blew me away, man. This is the stuff that Panic found out about. I had no idea about this, man. This is beyond regular, I'm spiritual, nah, man. Okay, this is beyond this shit, man. Okay, all right. I'm just showing you a little bit. This guy here made it a point to hunt down, the X-Men or anybody who had power or quote unquote superhero. Hunt them down. Okay, this was his job, Lieutenant Stryker. Okay, and check this out. When they hunt you down, they hit you with that. They hit you with the cure. They had another cure too, family. And y'all was thinking, oh, this was just a cure. You know, this was just something. Oh, it'll just get you sick. That's all it is. It'll just something, oh man, don't get that shot, man. Don't get that shot. Okay, nah, man. This shot was to stop your ascension. So they create the disease in order to give you a shot. They hope and pray that your mother and father are dumb as they look. Because when you're born, they hope you're an idiot. So they can put this stuff in your child. Because they do not need them becoming this energy again. So the shit I'm telling you right now, this shit is deeper than rap, nigga. You understand? Okay, this is beyond whatever the fuck y'all talking about. Okay, all right? Like, it blew me away, man. Okay, and it blew me away. And I'm sitting up here like, I know you lying to me. They showing me in dreams. Matter of fact, I'm going to keep going. Now we can talk. Let me give you this. So this ball in the middle right here. Okay? This ball in the middle. This is where we are currently. Okay? This ball is a highly sophisticated sphere that we're inside of. Okay? All right? That we are, quote unquote, trapped inside. You see everything on the outside of it? I'm about to take you somewhere, family. You see everything on the outside of it? Okay, those are cities and countries and everything. Okay? Now, if you were paying attention to the stuff I've been saying, the fall and what happened in that land is when we had this and we had that, but we didn't appreciate it. The story of the Hebrews, you know, the Israelites, the Hebrews were God's favorite children, okay, and we didn't appreciate the gold and the silver. We didn't appreciate it. So God said, you know what? I'm gonna put y'all under the hands of the Philistines. I'm gonna make y'all suffer. That is a real fucking thing, family. This is not just some knowledge that you gotta just, okay, the metaphysical. No, this is not that. This shit really fucking happened. Okay, so when I tell you you're not from here, when this text say you're not from here, you are above the God who created you. This sphere right here in the middle is the God, and you are from what's outside of it. Again, when I'm telling you this shit, I'm telling you what the fuck is really going on here. You are not from this realm, nigga. Okay, this is the reason why Panic took down this whole fucking page. This is the reason why for the last 5 years or so, all these different people coming, you know, they're giving me information, but they're like, you haven't seen nothing yet. And I probably still haven't seen nothing yet. Okay? All right? So the reason why, you know, some of this information about the ice wall and stuff like that, you know, you're not getting everything part of it because it's black people, is white folks who actually giving it to you. They don't have the ability to see what's really going on here. Okay? Fuck equality. You understand? Okay? Listen. Let me take you here real quick. Okay? All right? We came or was placed. All right? Now I'm about to just go ahead on and just give it to you. Okay, like I said, I was building. I was giving you the information. The 1800s, the whole country burned down, and the stuff that they couldn't burn down, they covered it. Okay, they covered it with grass. It's now called hills. It's now called parks. Okay, all right. How come every park you go to has hills on it and stuff like that? All this, okay, because they covered it with grass, and now you think it's nature. Ain't no goddamn nature. That shit fake. Okay? They covered it. Okay? They grew grass on it. They built trees on it. Every single park that is in existence in this country They couldn't get rid of everything. They couldn't get rid of everything. So they started covering it with water. And they show you this. They look, again, a documentary. This is a documentary on, I think it's part 2, I think it is. Okay, all right. They were trying to cover up certain laboratories that they were experimenting on superheroes, black people. Nigga, you know how many black people they got right now? Okay, all right. Okay, every 2 or 3 years, you'll have, in certain cities, you'll have a group of black people homeless. Okay, and they'll be living under a bridge or something. And then 6 months to a year later, you don't see them black people no more. You know where they at? They showed you that on here. Fam, this ain't no fucking consciousness no more. This not no, just the fall of this or the fall of that. Everything is internal. Yes, it is, but this shit happened physically, nigga. Okay? All right? You weren't born. Okay, that's a fucking lie. No one is born. You're placed here repeatedly. This is why the texts tell you stop having fucking kids. This is why the texts tell you that. Because every time you have a child, you're enslaving another one. You're enslaving another one, and you're putting them here. And religion put in your head that it's a beautiful thing. Okay, every time, hold on, let me open this up. Every time you have a child, they come from the cities. Okay, the cities and the beautiful countries and the amazing technology that's all around. Every time you have a child, you're pulling them from there and you're enslaving them in a sphere. Do you understand what's happening here? Religion, the white boy, told you that it's beautiful to have a fucking kid. How come we don't have no goddamn text that say having children are beautiful? How come we don't have nothing that say that? How come we don't have no text that say that, man? Every time you have a kid, you are ripping them from this higher world where the sphere sits in. It sits within it, but it's a higher world. You understand? It's a higher world, okay? But every time, all right, religion get inside you and tell you, hey, y'all need to have kids. Y'all need to do this. And you're sucking them from the higher world and you're putting them in slavery inside this sphere and you calling it beautiful. On Dark City, okay, the first group of us, let me talk to you. You're hearing it here first. Well, no, you're not, because some of y'all, I'm more than sure you done had dreams about stuff. You understand? Okay, I'm just connecting the dots here. Okay, I'm just connecting the dots. Here we go. So, in the beginning of the 1600s, I got a video talking about slavery. Okay. And I'm like, bro, I say this slavery story do not add up. None of it do. It just don't add up. You're not going to tell me we were slaves and slavery is abolished in 1865. And all of a sudden from 1865, the next 100 years, black people own everything. Black people creating everything. You mean to tell me we are slaves? We can't read, we can't write, we can't do this, that, and the third. And after 1865 to 1965, Black people damn near own everything. Okay, Black Wall Street, these places out here in Georgia, all over the country, Black people, cities, everything. White people had to come to us. And you mean to tell me how the hell did that happen? But we were slaves for 400 years. If you are someone who was in a prison for 400 years, okay, all right, it's going to take you probably 400 years after that to even get your thoughts back together. Okay, y'all not thinking properly. Y'all thinking from emotions and reading this bull crap that's being taught to you by these so-called African teachers, these Umars and all these cats. They're going to be lying to you because they are invested in ignorance. Okay, if you were messing over something, check this out. They got brothers who are in prison for 20 years. They have brothers who are in prison for 20 years. They come out of prison and don't know nothing. Okay, all right? You can listen to the homeboy Wallow. You listen to Wallow talk. He said, man, I had to learn myself all over again. I didn't know nothing about nothing. So that's 20 years. And you talk about 400 years, all of a sudden, the next 100 years, black people prosper. Right? Black people own cities, this, that, and the third. See, y'all not listening. Okay, all right, y'all, because y'all so goddamn, y'all these worshipers. Okay, y'all these worshipers, and y'all following these elders and all of this type of stuff. My elder wouldn't lie to me. My elder wouldn't lie. My elder said my ancestors this. My elder gave me a reading. He lied to you. She lied to you. Okay. The so-called elders, the so-called elder historians, they're just as lost as the next person. And I'm saying that now, and I stand on that. Lost. Okay? All right? If any of y'all like to tap in, go sit down with Dr. John Henry Clark. Go tap in with Dr. John Henry Clark and Dr. Ben and all the rest. Go tap in with them and have this conversation and watch they tell you they had no idea how deep this thing went. They were just trying to outdo the white man. They thought they were slaves like everybody else. The worst of black people right now ain't no goddamn slave. The damn crackhead black man, black woman who walking around smart as hell. And you mean to tell me we said that for 400 years? It don't even add up. It don't make sense. And you mean to tell me they got cats who did 5 years in jail and be lost when they get out? 10 years in jail and be lost when they get out. And you mean to tell me over 400 years? Okay, you getting beat. You all this stuff, all these stories that they teach us, you getting demolished, and all of a sudden, you know how to take over the world? Do that make sense to y'all? I know they got some of y'all right now listening, sitting in the back like, bro, Will, you crazy, bro, you crazy. Nah, you just don't want to accept it that your people lied to you. And that's just what it is. Anyway. So, it is said, with the whole slavery thing, like I said, I'm taking you somewhere here. It is said in the whole slavery thing that we were bought here in the 1600s. 1619 to be exact, okay? Jamestown, Virginia. So they said we got here. We were bought here on ships. Check this out. I'm about to drop something on you. Yes, we were bought here on ships. Yes, we were bought here on ships, but not the ships you talking about. We were grown people, okay? Understand, we come from the other world, the outer world. I gave y'all all of the information to back up what the hell I'm telling you right now, okay? All right? There's levels, okay? So let's talk about it a little bit, all right? And this is only the beginning. I'm only scratching the surface. you might not hear from me again for another 2-3 months. Okay, because the information matters. And then I'm changing. Okay, I don't even feel like speaking no more like that. Okay, all right. You just become something else in a sense. All right. So now let me give you this. All right. So now, just like the what's the name of it? Atlantis. They say we were messed up people in Atlantis, and these other people came in and conquered the people of Atlantis, and they fell. You understand? They fell. Okay. All right. Now, just like I talked about, the Hebrews, they fell. Okay. All right. Here goes another Hebrew, one of the most famous Hebrews, Samson. The story of Samson and Delilah. You understand? Samson, he powerful. He telling everybody, I conquered 1,000 men by myself. I killed the great lion by myself. Nobody's stronger than me. No one can tell me anything. Okay, all right. Delilah come through. All right, she go ahead put that thing on. She put that thing in his life. He fall asleep. She chop his hair off. You see that woman in the back? You see the woman in the back on the Inhumans? Okay, now the woman in the back with all the hair. You see the little dude in the front at the bottom? Okay, all right. He caught her, put her in chains, and cut her hair off. Her power was in her hair. They use these stories over and over and over, and it's all around us, and we truly don't understand what the hell is going on. So they cut her hair off, and she lost her power. Also, they were in another world, and they were brought to Earth. Earth is this sphere that we're in. They showed you in humans as well. Okay, I'm just telling you. Just telling you what the hell going down. All right. Okay. So all of these stories of a certain group of people, okay, who didn't want to listen, felt like nobody can tell them anything. Okay, all right. But what ended up happening was the higher ups that's above them say, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead on. I got a cake baked for your ass. I got a cake baked with a knife in it. So when you bite down, you cut your. Okay. So now. So what all of the knowledge say, what all of the information say, okay, all right, it leads us to this. It leads us to this. Okay? Check this out. So we were on a rampage, family. Okay, all right? We were on a rampage. They were, to a certain degree, higher versions of us. But us, where we were on a rampage. All right? It was just nothing but black at that point. It was nothing but black. Okay? We got so mischievous, in a sense, to where we said we're going to create something. We're going to create something that something we can rule over, something that could become our slaves. Okay, all right. Now we're going to use. Check this out. I'm going to take you somewhere. We're going to use about 5% of us, just so the bodies. Just so the bodies can have somewhat of intelligence. Okay, but for the rest of the body, we're going to use animals. I'm giving you the creation of the white boy, how it happened. Okay, all right. Even Elijah Muhammad in a message to the black man, he talked about this too in the 50s. Okay, all right. We were on an ego trip. We were supreme beings, but there were higher entities than us. Okay, but again, we wasn't the sphere that I'm looking at, that I'm showing y'all right here. It wasn't in existence yet. It didn't exist yet. Okay, all right. But we said, let's create something less than that can worship us. So some of those stories of the God, of God wanting people to worship them. Okay, all right. That was a real goddamn thing that actually happened. Again, don't take my word for it. Okay, go talk to your people. Y'all like to talk to ancestors and all. Go have that conversation. I guarantee they crack your head wide open. You'll never look at the world the same again, ever. Hopefully you don't look at yourself the same again. Walking around calling yourself, oh, I'm a good black woman, or I'm a good black man. You ain't none of that shit, man. None of it. Okay? All right, you're not even from here, man. Yeah, that is a part of the Yaqub story. So, in ignorance, we wanted to create something to worship us. Okay, and we did that. Okay, but our higher selves, and like I say, I'm more than sure, I don't know, 2-3 months down the line, I might come back and do something else. But this story will keep going, especially through y'all. I'm planting a seed. Okay, all right, I ain't your goddamn teacher. Okay, all right, I'm not your damn sensei. Do your own damn work. Okay, this journey is about saving your goddamn self. You understand? Okay, all right. So you probably don't see me for a couple months, maybe more than that, if that. You understand? So do your own work and find out more about this yourself. Okay, I'm just here planting the seed and y'all go on with that. You understand? Okay, now, so what ended up happening after that, our supreme selves made a decision, and they said, you know what? Let's go ahead on. Let's build a place and let's put them in it. And these entities gonna go in there with them. The white boy existed. The white boy, to a certain degree. Okay, to a certain degree, he not from here either. But this is his domain. I'm explaining. Okay. So now we are put into this place, but understand, bodies were put here. We were shipped here. Okay, all right. We were shipped here as just bodies. That's all we were, was just bodies. We were adults. There were no kids. Okay, kids didn't come until later on inside the sphere. That was never a thing. This is why a lot of texts talk about what children come family, all that. Well, what the hell is that? Like what the hell, man and woman making cute? What the hell is all that? Like, we were one entity. You wasn't searching for a man. You were one being. All of that stuff came into being. A lot of stuff came into being in this sphere. Okay? You understand? So now, we were placed here. We wasn't even up. Okay? All right? We were placed in this thing. You understand? We were placed in this thing. Okay? Basically sleeping beings. All right? And what happened, there's a lot of us placed in here as grown, as adults. And what happened was, just like on Dark City. Now, let me take you to Dark City. We're going to come right back. How to connect, like all this stuff, man. Like I say, these are documentaries. This ain't what I used to think, man. Okay, so on Dark City, okay, when Murdoch, that's like the main character, Murdoch. When Murdoch caught one of these cats here, okay, all right. Matter of fact, he was having a conversation with him. He asked him. He said, Murdoch is telling the white boy right here. He's telling him. He said, "Hey, I remember my childhood." He said, just like in the text, it's crazy, but it's not. It's reality. Just like in the text, he said, You were never a child. Those are false memories. You were never a child. And I'm not talking about you today. I'm talking about 1600. Okay? All right? He said, you were never a child. You was bought here. He said, bought from where? What you mean I was bought here? You mean to tell me I wasn't born here? He said, no, man, you were bought here. And I helped the strangers enslave y'all. I help the strangers keep y'all from y'all real thoughts, y'all real memory, i.e. the needle, also called now American food, the radio, music, television, cell phones, video games, the whole nine. These people have technology beyond your rationale. I don't know if my little bro's still on here, but they dropped something on him one morning. You know, we chopping it up. 1, 2 in the morning. I'm like, what the? Now I knew they had some stuff, but to say they have it really and they got it going, like it's actually. Oh my God. These people got technology, man, that's beyond your thinking, man. These people so beyond you is ridiculous, man. Okay? These people have tech that's beyond cell phones, that's beyond PlayStations, that's beyond. Okay? All right. I'm just saying. Okay, you remember this guy right here? Remember this guy right here? Yeah, I don't know if y'all watched the video. Remember this guy? An Army general? Okay, an Army general? Okay, now, Will, you tripping? An Army general? And he spent 40 years or more over the course of his retirement. It became widely known that Stubblebine maintained a keen interest in psychic warfare throughout his service. He sought to develop an army of soldiers with special powers, such as walking through walls. But y'all think I'm just running my mouth. But these people on a whole mission. These people got knowledge and knowledge and information and technology beyond anything you could think about. And y'all talking about some regular, well, what's going on in the club type stuff. Okay, and these people really doing this stuff. And I'm giving you the information so you could do it yourself. But I'm showing you how to do it. I ain't even get to that part yet. We're going to get to it, though. We're going to get to it. Okay? So now, all right. So like I said, we are from the land around the sphere, which is multiple endless cities, beautiful towns, and whatever. Okay, all right. And we got mad, created white folk. We thought they was gonna worship us, but we were tricked by our own people, and we were put inside this sphere. Okay, along with white folk. Okay, along with white folk. All right. And when our bodies were placed in there, we were cloned of, again, this is how you got your higher self. I'm just going to drop it on you, man. This is how your higher self came into being. There was no such thing as a higher self before this. This is how your higher self came into being, man. Okay? So, what happened was, again, we ultimately, in the grand scheme of things, we are all one. Okay, but it was many of us broke down into different chambers of cells and things of this nature. Okay, but some of the lower portions of that was put inside the sphere. Okay, all right, and it was nothing but bodies. So what happened was the higher ups, or the ones who are in these cities around this sphere, they cloned themselves. They cloned themselves, and they put the bodies inside of the sphere. Check this out. We dropped something on you. Religion told you that your children look just like you. Oh, my baby look just like me. That's a fucking lie. Your child already existed with the same face before they even got it, before you even thought of them. They were already in the worlds outside of the sphere. So no, you do not look like your mama. No, you do not look like your daddy. You already looked like yourself before you got here. I'm gonna get to the questions. Afterwards. I'm not done yet. We still got some more stuff to get into. Like I said, we trying to go somewhere with this thing. I'm gonna get to y'all. King Ali, One Up. I know some other people too. But remember, just hang out with me, man. Hang out with me. Be patient. Hang out with me, and then I'm gonna get to it. Okay. So this is what happened, family. All right. So now we are just sleeping clones within this sphere. Adults, we weren't children. We didn't have to grow up and all that. That wasn't a thing until the sphere. Okay. All right. So now we're inside this thing. So the body's not moving. Remember I read out the Gnostic text. In the Gnostic text, they say Sophia had to come down and put light into the bodies, and the bodies woke up. That's what happened. Okay, all right. So that light that was put inside of us, okay, we started to call that light a higher self. Ultimately, that's the light that put you in this motherfucker. How does it feel to be duped by yourself? Your own self put you in here based on your own ignorance of what you did before the sphere came into being. So your higher self is the motherfucker that's trying to get you together. It's no different from your mama trying to whoop your ass, or your daddy trying to whoop your ass to keep you out the streets, or keep you doing what's right. That's what happened. We got a royal ass whooping, and we were placed in a sphere. Okay, and what happened was, check this out. When we got here, we started building. Again, when we first got here, our consciousness, hold on. When we first got here, our consciousness was on one. We were still able to fly, move around, do all type of stuff. Okay? All right? This is the reason why when you truly start to tap in, okay, ask yourself to show you life in the 1600s. Ask yourself to show you life in the 1700s. See, they only show you this on TV. On TV, they always tell you, oh, we were doing horse and carriage. It was an evolution. That's kind of how it was. No, my friend. It was modern day. Modern day. The only horse and carriage is the shit that niggas doing right now. But it was always cars, because we started creating it because we were still supremely up there. Okay? You understand? So imagine this place, and it was never a fall. I mean, to the point to where it was an evolution, and we used to walk around with no shoes on, and we were slaves walking around with drag, with dirty clothes on. It was never that. Okay, the story of slavery, of us being shipped here, okay, to a certain degree is a true story, but not in the context of how they put it out. Because I realized for years that it never made sense. But what happened when we were put here, the sphere itself is slavery. Okay, so this take out the concept of, oh, this is a human experience. We come here to it. You out your fucking mind. Okay? All right? Like, it's craziness. I'm gonna flip it. Your divine self said, we're gonna give them a human experience. Did you catch how I said that? With all the stuff I've been saying? The human, the quote unquote, y'all want to say that, we're going to use that. The human experience is a punishment. The same people you created to worship you is now the ones you look up to. You look up to the white boy now. And because the white boy have what I'm telling you, the information I'm telling y'all right now, he have this and beyond. He have this and then some. He have this information and much more. Okay, so this is why he spent most of his time. This is why he spent most of his time where is that? This is why he spent a lot of his time experimenting on y'all, experimenting on us, giving us certain food. And like I say, when we first got here, it was America. Shh, people, when we first got here, it was America. This is the reason why the black people of America are the most powerful in the world. Did you hear me? For the people in the back, did you hear me? Not Africans, not Ethiopians, Black Americans are the head of every quote unquote dark complected people in existence here. When we first got here, everything else spread from us. They don't eat Doritos nowhere else in the world but America. Most of the food, 90% of the food we eat here, they don't eat it nowhere else in the world. Why is that? Why? Because it is you that can create this revolt. Let me take you in. Let me take you somewhere here. Because like I said, I ain't done. Like I said, I ain't done. So now, X-Men, y'all see the uniforms and all of that, the superhero get up. We started doing that, fam. Matter of fact, not yet. I haven't seen that yet. But we started doing that, and guess what? We were so above and beyond, okay, to where we didn't put uniforms on. We thought them into being. And we used to look at each other and see who has the best superhero uniform. We used to challenge each other. But I'm just giving you the information. Years ago, I dropped the science of the people in Greece, which were black people. You understand? Don't be fooled by all this bull crap. Okay, where I was showing you, they had on the walls and on these sculptures that they built, these vases and vases and all of this here. They had black people with capes, black people with, you understand? So that was years ago when I dropped that. Okay, all right. So this is a thing. All right. So understand, when we first got here in the 1600s, we were doing that. We had the mental ability to shift into these things, and we would fight who? Because again, when we were put here to be enslaved. So we started fighting, and they started hitting us with these needles. This is all happening in the 16s and 1700s. Okay, again, there has never been a time where we had to evolve. Okay, there was never a time where everything was already modern day. Okay, so what the white boy did, he made it his, he knew this information. So they started to create different things to attack us. They started hunting us down, chasing us down. For years, I used to get these dreams about myself in his hero uniform, and I'm being chased by these helicopters. I used to talk about this way in 1819, but I never knew why. I never knew where it came from. Now, 6-7 years later, it's like, damn. I guess I wasn't ready for the information around that time, and I know I wasn't ready because my mind wasn't there. Okay, I don't know what the hell I was stuck on. I thought I needed friends and all that stuff around that time. Okay, all right, I thought I needed a relationship to be somebody and all this. I thought I needed all little foolishness at that time. Okay, so we were being hunted and chased by Lieutenant Stryker. Okay, these white folk. This is the reason why every chance they get, they give you a needle. Now it's in your medicine. Now it's in your aspirin. Now it's in your pills that you take. Is in everything to keep the energy of the black man and woman of America down. And you fighting to be a regular black man and woman, that's where you messing up at. You are above that. Okay, this shit is above your mundane thinking of yourself. Okay, you worried about, oh man, the cops killing us. Man, I don't give up. Man, I don't care nothing about that. Okay, I don't care nothing about it at all. Y'all keep that foolishness, that low level. Like, come on, man. Okay, you a supreme entity. You supposed to be thinking on a much higher level. Okay, them NPCs out here, man. NPCs, that's going to happen to NPCs. That's going to happen to them like that. Okay, but these people were chasing us down in the 1600s, man. We were building, man. We were building temples, and okay, you want to know why they don't let nobody in the Grand Canyon? You want to know why certain parts of the Grand Canyon they don't want to let nobody in? Okay, and parts of the Grand Canyon is a hologram, so you can't even see the temples and cities that's all around us that we built. It's all around us. It's right here in America. There's places in America that you can't even go. Okay, and you can't even trip and fall over there. Why? Because you follow a GPS. Uh-oh. You don't even know. You're a slave to your phone. You only go where your GPS bring you. You only go where your GPS bring you. Okay, so we were, when we first got here, quote unquote, superheroes. Okay, and we were fighting. We were building towns and cities and this and that, and we were fighting. We were destroying these people. Matter of fact, you know who we were? We were Magneto. And you know who the X-Men are? X-Men is your higher self. Okay, if you watch these 3 documentaries, X-Men Part 2 and Part 3, if you watch these documentaries right here, it was the X-Men that was trying to stop Magneto. Magneto was trying to, he was trying to kill all the white folk. He was trying to kill everybody who was against mutants. Where that was you, sir. We were trying to kill anybody who was against us. The X-Men was trying to make sure we stop. And the X-Men is no more than your higher self. Check this out. You know when you dream at night, you know where them dreams coming from? Outside of that sphere. That blew me away. Your dreams come from where you used to come from. So the place that you were once a part of and was moving around and walking around, that is now the dream space. So as long as you are a prisoner in that sphere, okay, you will always dream about that was a part of your imprisonment. You can only dream about where you come from. Okay, all right. And a whiteboard taught you to feel some kind of way when somebody died. Okay, he went through religion. They taught you to feel some kind of way when somebody died. This is why you're in sorrow when somebody died, when you're supposed to be jumping out the goddamn gym when somebody died. You're supposed to be happy as hell. You're supposed to be the happiest motherfucker in existence when somebody died. Let me keep going because I'm still not done. Because some of y'all are like, man, you mean to tell me in the 1600s we was flying around? So we weren't running around in dusty clothes? Man, ain't no way we were superheroes. That's not real. Let's keep going. The Moken people. These people still exist. Okay? The issue is they're not Americans. We are the most dangerous people inside the sphere. Us. We are the most dangerous and diabolical mother suckers in this thing. When we get our powers back, it's over with. Game done. But they can't have that until our hearts get right, because we don't want the same thing to happen twice. Here we go. All right. These people still exist, though. These Moken people. Okay. All right. These motherfuckers so cold with it, they damn near live on the water. Okay, they damn near live on the water. Okay, all right. These people are so deep within their pineal gland, at least on the level that they own. Okay, all right. They can breathe underwater. They can be underwater for 10 minutes or so. Most people don't last 60 seconds underwater. These people, the Moken people, look them up. Okay? They damn near live on the water in boats. Sometimes they go inland to get certain food and stuff like that for their fish. Okay? All right? And check this out. These people have adapted to the water so much. Let me go back to this. Okay? Look at the eyes of the Moken people. It is the picture with the BBC One. The picture with the BBC One. That's one of the Moken children. Look at the eyes. The eyes have adapted to the water. They could be underwater for 10 minutes plus. And that's the original picture of a regular, quote unquote, human. Look at the eye difference, man. So you're telling me I'm making something up? People still exist. Just not here in America. Look at the difference. Okay, these people have adapted to the water to where their lungs don't even work the same as yours. Okay, all right. These people on some, I hate the word magic, I can't stand it. But so it can make sense to y'all. Okay, these people has turned a regular into some magician, man. It's craziness, man. I'm telling you, man, it's crazy. I ain't done. Let me give you a little more. Okay, let me give you a little more. Okay, they got this white dude called a supernaturalist. All right, now this is a video. You now screenshot this. This video is on YouTube. Okay, every time I play videos, my whole video get deleted, so I ain't gonna play it. I'm gonna just show it to you, show you different parts. Okay, this is the reason why I hate the word magic. Get on my damn nerves. Okay, motherfucker done taught you, oh man, you magical, no, you're not, man. You are who you are. Okay, all right, hold on. Matter of fact, I'm gonna show you, and this is a monk right here. Okay, this is the white boy who came to see him, a so-called illusionist. Okay, a so-called illusionist, he's called. You understand? An illusionist, a magician. Okay, so he went to go talk to the monk. Okay, because the monk know how to levitate. Okay, again, all right. It's only the American black man and woman who fell off. Okay, all right, and that's for a reason. Okay, check this out. White boy go to see him. Okay, all right. He asked, let me see what part this is. Okay, yeah. So the white boy asked the monk, "Can you show me meditation? Can you show me?" Because the white boy, he think it's some kind of game. Okay, because he's a magician and he think it's just some stuff going down to where, okay, anybody could just do this. Okay, so the white boy asks him, "Can you show me how to meditate?" And the monk tell him, "I'm very sorry. My meditation only for myself and not for other people." So this is what he telling old filth ass cracker, man. That's what he telling him. Okay. I'm gonna go a little further. Okay, now this part here, the white boy did some illusions, right? The white boy did some illusions. So the monk tried to make him feel good by saying, "Hey, your magic is fantastic. Check out what he say next. But we're not the same." The Buddhist meditations. He said, "We're not the same. You don't do what I do. You are an illusionist. You do tricks. I don't do tricks. I am who I am. I am that I am." Okay, and then boom, he asks him to levitate. So boom, he go in a meditative state, start chanting certain things. Boom, ba, boom, ba. Look at the white boy. "Oh yes, oh this is crazy. Oh man, I can't wait to see." Again, they always want to come to you and find out things about you. Okay, all right, because they want to be you. Okay, all right. So like I say, the monk goes into a meditative state. He starts chanting his things that he chant. Okay, then boom, he off the ground. Y'all see that? Can y'all see that? Can y'all see that? He done left the ground. Like I said, you can go look for this video yourself. I'll show it to you. But he done meditated clean off the ground. Y'all see that? Can y'all see this, family? You can see his shadow under there and everything. Okay, somebody put in the comments, let me know if y'all can see this. Okay, all right. So it's you thinking, walking around, "Oh, I'm a black man, I'm a black woman, I'm a real nigga, I'm a bad bitch," all this old dumbass foolishness. When you're a supreme entity and you belittling yourself. Okay, all right. All right. And of course, the monk, he still can do it because his heart right. His heart right. His heart right. Let's keep going. And then he come down. The white boy losing his mind. "Oh, can you show me how to do it?" "No. Nigga, no." Now let's tap into this. We're going to go to the autobiography of a yogi. Now, in the story we're going to start with is the story, it is his story, but he went to go see a master, and his master name is Babaji. Lahari Mahasaya, born in 28, died in 1895 in India. Okay, all right. So now let's see what this text talk about. Okay, now it's chapter 34. Both of them chapter 34. Now, kind of a little sidebar. If you look into this text, the autobiography of a yogi, all right, and depending on, you know, the book you get, because of course, you know, people like to make copies of the book and they'll name a chapter or whatever they want to name it, things of this nature. Okay, all right. So that's how you got two different names. Okay, chapter 34, materializing the palace in the Himalayas, and this one, chapter 34, Baba G's cave. You understand? All right. So now we're about to get into the story on Lahari, what he said when he went to go see his guru, his master. Okay. Now let's get into this. Babaji's cosmic play and initiation. Babaji's reveals that he orchestrated Lahari's transfer to Renakit, I guess that's what that is, Renakit, and demonstrates his divine powers by materializing a majestic golden palace. This palace, a manifestation of Babaji's will, serves as the venue of Lahari's initiation into Kriya Yoga, fulfilling a deep-seated desire of Lahari for grandiose spiritual experience. Listen to what the hell I just said. Okay, this guy in the 1800s, he went to go see this master. Okay, this master guru. Okay, he was able to materialize a damn palace out of nothing. And you talking about, will you making up something? They still doing this today. They're still doing this today. We just caught up on rap music and the Kendrick and Drake beef and sports and football and basketball. Who gonna win this and what kind of food, babe? I'm gonna find me a nigga. I'm gonna find me a woman. We caught up in all of that stuff, and these people living in bliss because their hearts together, their hearts right. Motherfucker, so powerful. He was able to bring a palace into being. You ain't listening, man. This stuff already exists. It's all around America, but not in America. And in America is where you are, who are the orchestrator of all orchestrators. You the one. But everybody else can do it and you can't because your heart not right. Okay? All right? And demonstrates his divine powers by materializing a majestic golden palace. Let's go to the next one. The dematerialization of the palace. After the initiation ceremony, the splendid palace and its gardens vanished, reiterating the ephemeral, whatever that is, nature of material manifestations. Okay, Babaji emphasizes the idea that the divine encompasses both spiritual and the mundane, and the true essence of reality lies beyond the physical forms. Let's say this one more time. Okay, all right. After Babaji made the Golden Palace disappear into thin air, he dropped some science on him, Lahari. He dropped some science on him. He told him, Babaji emphasizes the idea that the divine encompasses both the spiritual and the mundane, and the true essence of reality lies beyond forms. Hold on, I got one more for you. Here we go. Check this out. Babaji's profound teachings. Okay, Babaji's imparts, essential spiritual lessons to Lahari Mahasaya, emphasizing the importance of fulfilling one's duties in the world while remaining inwardly detached. He instructs Lahari to return to his worldly responsibilities, assuring him that the spiritual liberation is not confined to hermits, but is accessible to all, including householders. Check this out. Let me give you this. Let me drop this on. So now, I just told you, okay, that all of this stuff is a lie. All of that, want to be a family, this, that, and the third. Now, what's being said here, okay? He instructs Lahari to return to his worldly responsibilities, okay, assuring him that spiritual liberation is not confined to hermits, basically people who just sit down in the house, okay, or sit down and just don't do nothing, okay, all right? Basically, something I taught or a video years ago, months ago, I don't know, probably about 5-6 months ago, maybe. It was last year, probably. And I talked about your Superman and your Clark Kent. Okay? Your Superman and your Clark Kent. We are in a world, okay, of lies. Okay? All right? But you can act like you're a part of it. Myself, truck driver. Okay? People don't know nothing about me. They don't know who I am. They just look at me, well, that's Will, man. He the truck driver. Okay? That's it. All right? But they don't know nothing about what the hell really going on. Okay? All right? So I put on a front. You understand that? I put on a front, man. Okay? So when he say, listen, don't go crazy out here. Okay, just sitting to yourself and not walking up the street or taking a walk in the park or doing this or doing that. Okay, you can still do something, but at the same time, look what it say. Okay, Baba G imports essential spiritual lessons to Lahari, emphasizes the importance of fulfilling one's duties. Okay, that's you being a human. And then it say in fulfilling one's duty in the world while remaining inwardly detached. You understand? What does that mean? I'm not of the what's that old saying? I'm in the world but not of the world. Did you catch that? I'm in the world but not of the world. So I'm a truck driver, but I understand that it's not real. Okay, I understand that it's fake as hell. Okay, all right. You know, I collect my little check. You understand? I get my money or whatever the case is, but I understand it's fake as hell. Okay, all right. It is what it is. So when people come to me and start asking me things about, hey, Will, man, what you think about this truck, da 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 da, the whole human conversation, I don't take part in that. You understand? I don't take part in that. Okay, all right, because I'm fronting, I'm putting on airs in a sense. Okay, all right. I may give you a 30-second conversation about a truck, and that's it, and I'm out. Because I'm not about to indulge in the human. Okay, all right, I'm coming out of that. You understand? Okay, all right. And it says remaining inwardly detached. Okay, all right. Here goes they clone Tyrone. All right, they clone Tyrone. On they clone Tyrone, he said he had a little brother. Okay, all right. Now it's crazy on they clone Tyrone. He say, and this is his words. He say, I know I don't have a little brother. I know he never existed, but I still love him. So basically, he playing a role as someone who had a little brother, and to be inwardly detached. Let's go here. Bliss, one of the greatest movies of all time. Okay, if you're trying to find yourself. Okay, an unfulfilled man and a mysterious woman believe they are living in a simulated reality. But when when their newfound bliss world begins to bleed into the ugly world, they must decide what's real and where they truly belong. In this movie, the white boy, Owen Wilson, I think that's it. Owen Wilson, I know he got brothers. I think Owen Wilson and I forgot the other one. But Owen said in this movie, okay, Selma Hayek, the woman, she is the higher self. You understand? She didn't give a fuck about this round. She was walking up to people saying, fake, 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 fake. You not real, you not real. Because she was acknowledging the NPCs, the fake people who are going to die with this fear. Okay? And then she was acknowledging the real people who come from the outer world. You understand? You get that? Who come from the outer world. Okay? So the movie is powerful. Science everywhere. Okay? About you, the real you, what's really happening. So they show the sphere. They show it. They show that it's not real. They even show Owen Wilson before the sphere happened. He was disgruntled. He had an attitude problem. He was pissed off about this and that. And when he went through the sphere and when he came back out of the sphere, his heart was right. Okay, all right? And that all came into being with, he had a daughter in a sphere. Okay, but the woman, the goddess, okay, the great mother, she taught him that he don't have children. You can't have a child in an imaginary place. The sphere, it exists, but it don't at the same time. Okay? It don't exist at the same time. So you never had children. Okay? So on the end of the movie, he put into his mind, he put into himself, he said, you know what? I don't have a daughter, but hey, you know, I believe that she my daughter. So basically, he was going to play the role as someone, as this man who have a daughter. Okay, you understand? So you could believe all day that your kids is your own, but ultimately they already pre-existed before they got here. You understand? So now he is me in a sense. Okay, all right. I've seen the outer world. You understand? Okay, I've traveled to the outer world outside the sphere. You understand? Okay, so now I'm at a level now myself. I'm at a level now to where I have to do certain things within myself to keep myself from not wanting to leave and get out of here. Okay? All right? All right? You go beyond this thing. Okay? All right? You graduate past this thing. So now I walk around in a whole nother place because I've seen what is and I know what is not. And this is not knowledge I'm giving you. This is not information. This is something that happened through constant study, research, okay, hard work. Okay, you switch. I've detached from a lot of things. I don't believe nothing here. Okay, do I have family in the sphere? Sure. But do I truly have family here? Hell no. Okay, but I do understand that I still have to work on my heart, which is up here, is everything. The growth is everything. Okay, all right? So it's almost as if myself or people like myself, we graduated past this place, past the sphere. But I'm still here. And we'll see how that goes. And I made a choice to stay here. So hopefully that stay like that. Like I say, man, it's beyond this stuff, whatever we teaching out here, man. It's beyond that, man. Okay? 90% of the teachings out here right now is lies, bro. It is what it is. We're not following the information that was put here for us to follow. We on some let's get famous. We on some, let me F all these women, man, and let me do this and let me wild out. This ain't what it is, man. It's not what it is. I'm just saying here. One must be light. One must be led by lights and not emotions. Okay, your emotions is part of the firmament that's over you right now. That's a part of the reason why most of you can't even hear a word that I'm saying right now. Because you believe that your emotions are valid. This world, this fake place have taught you that your emotions are real, but they are not. Okay, you are a walking ignorant entity. Okay, if you think your emotions matter. This is why I can't do no relationship. I can't do that. Because as soon as this one start getting mad about this, I'm leaving. Get away from me. You're poison to me. Okay, I'm not the guy with this husband when I was married and trying to make sure the wife feel good about that. I don't care about that no more. That's poison. I'm not here to make you feel good. Who told you that dumbass shit? Okay, religion told you that. Religion told you it's the man's job to make a woman feel good. It's a woman's job to make a man feel good. Religion told you that. We don't have, show me in text. Show me in the text that it say that. Show me in the Gnostic. Show me in the text where it says I'm supposed to do that. Show me. This is why it's going to be incredibly hard for me to do that. She has to be supreme, man. She has to be, there's so much work to where she has no more emotions. She's just in love itself. Okay? That's it. That's it. Other than that, you're going to give me a goldfish, man. Gonna give me a goldfish, man. Gonna give me a goldfish, man. I'm just saying. Now let's finish this thing up. So now, everybody to watch this movie, Limitless. This is also a documentary. It's not a movie, it's a documentary. Okay? All right, Limitless. Okay, all right. So now, white boy started out, taking a pill. He took the pill. Okay, then all of a sudden, boom, he opening up parts of his brain. He knowing this, he knowing that. But then he fell because his heart wasn't right. You got that? He fell. His heart wasn't right. So what the hell I mean? Well, I didn't see that. We did see it. It was that woman. It was that woman in the movie. Okay? Which was himself. When he became one with her, okay, the power was there. The power was there. You know? When he got that, the power was there. Okay? So now, what does that pill represent? First and foremost, the quote-unquote government, they have that pill. I just showed it to you. Okay? That pill, he have access to that pill. He have access to that pill. Okay? but they take shots. Okay, and then okay, all right. So check this out. Just so you know, I'm not making something. Oh no, I don't know about that. Will whatever. Okay, now let's say this. How many of y'all did shrooms before? Okay, shrooms. What's the other one that people be doing? Is shrooms, is a DMT, something like that, whatever. Okay, so now when you take these shrooms and you take these psychedelics, right? Don't you have a rush of consciousness? Aren't your quote unquote first eye, what people call third eye, ain't as open? You're able to see things. You're able to do this. You're feeling some kind of way. You're getting a rush spiritually. Information coming through left or right. Yeah, you do that, right? Okay, now this is what I was told. Okay, this is what I was told. This is what I was shown. Okay, first my little bro hit me up. Hey man, they showed me that these people have a plant that we don't have access to. It's an herb that we don't have access to. That help them become supreme beings. But it can only help them go so far. Okay, then boom, I see some stuff that just like this little bag, just like that little bag, okay? Just like that little bag, I'm seeing some stuff that they take, okay? And what they do is they put it under their tongue and it dissolves. And understand, they was using this in MK Ultra to see if it worked before they use it on themselves. They have tech to help them to become you. Ain't that crazy? Something you can do naturally. Something you can do. Let me say this. The type of information that I'm putting out right now are the ways that I bring the information out. There's no way, how Grandma them used to say, there's no way on God's green earth 10 years ago that I would have had the know-how, the ability to thought process things of this nature, to teach this stuff. Okay? Because I myself wasn't ready to comprehend, receive, and give this level of information. Okay? So that pill, okay, represent consciousness within myself, just like you. Okay? So the more and more you, okay, so religion flipped a lot of words and switched stuff and switched things up. So remember in church they used to say you got to give yourself up to Christ. Okay, you got to give yourself up to the Lord. That's what this is. That's what this is. Okay, so when you give yourself up, basically detach yourself from this world, open up your heart, teach yourself to love yourself. You understand? Fall in love with love itself and not a person. You understand? Okay? Become blissful, become righteous. You understand? Shut down all the music. Change your eating, everything. Then that pill will activate. Because understand, yourself is not going to give you these things, okay, until you're ready to receive. This is why on the end of this movie, when he became a super being, he wrote a book called Illuminating the Dark Fields. Now, let me say it again. He wrote a book. Okay, once he connected with the woman, he became one with her. Okay, and he took the pill and went to a whole nother level of consciousness. And he wrote a book called Illuminating the Dark Fields. Where do you get the darkness is inside you? In order for you to become righteously powerful again, you have to illuminate the darkness inside you. So what's the coincidence on the very end of the movie? He writes a book called Illuminating the Dark Fields. He should have put within self. Family. we're going to end it with this. Metal. Okay. Understand something here. All right. There's a process that goes on when dealing with metal. Okay. All right. When you heat the metal up enough, it becomes liquid. And at that point, it can flow all over. Family. The more you heat up, aka release all of the poisons all around you, you understand? Okay? Fall in love with yourself. Okay? All right? Fall in love with the limitless qualities of yourself, the all-loving possibilities of yourself, the all-knowing of yourself. Okay? Just like when that metal, okay, becomes liquid and it flows, because the metal is at its most powerful level when it's liquid. So when that light inside of you realize itself, your body, here we go, family. Here we go. When that light inside of you becomes powerful, your body starts to fall apiece. So what do I mean by that? Years ago, 10 years ago or so, I used to teach people to go in the mind, to go in the brain, and get rid of cancer like that. Get rid of this, get rid of that. But I was only able to do that for a little while because they was letting me know the possibilities of it. You understand? It's the possibilities. Now, I'm at a place now when I start to realize that the body is not what you think it is. The body is not, I need to be muscle man and all of that. I got to go work out 70 days a week and all, got to kill myself. No, when you do that, you suffer. You see all those weightlifters that be wanting to be the healthiest in the world, then they die. I thought they were healthy. Why would they die if they're so healthy? Because that's not what it is. The body is very high tech. And when the light becomes extremely powerful, your body can now become ones and zeros again, family. Are you listening? Let me open this up. Your body can become ones and zeros again. At that point, you can transform your body into whatever. I've actually been practicing on this. Okay, I go into a certain state of being, and I would make myself taller, shorter, this or that, just doing random things. Okay, and it's to the point now to where even in my thoughts, okay, I can feel with my thoughts. You understand? Okay, I'm able to like let's say I will imagine a pillow. Okay, and I would touch the pillow, not with my hands, but so I can feel the pillow. I can feel the coolness of the pillow. Okay, I would grab a glass of water and I would touch the water, like I would do all of these things. Okay, all right. I would even imagine myself putting on certain clothing, and I would feel the shirt. I'm able to feel with my thoughts now. I wasn't doing this. Okay, all right. It's crazy, man. You understand? You must understand here, family. The more you let your heart beat itself, its original self, your body starts to fall back into its original state of being. You must understand this. And through that, you want money, you want to take care of your family, you want to do this and do that, because the white boy fucking y'all up with this manifest. Let me manifest. I'm going to manifest my house. I'm going to manifest. See, the white boy fucking you up with all that shit. You understand? Okay, what I'm telling you to do, okay, all right, or what I'm not, I'm telling you. The information I'm putting down so you can learn yourself, okay, all right? You work on your heart, and then you start imagining yourself with money for the house. You start imagining yourself, okay, with shoes for the kids, this and that and that. Okay, this is a whole other level of thought. This is beyond that bull crap, man. Or let me manifest. Nah, man. I'm talking about shifting here. I'm talking about becoming the supreme loving entity that you are. And with that comes whatever you want. So you become the master of an illusion. How crazy is that? You become the master of an illusion. Something's not even real, but you become a master of nothing. Okay, all right, but you play along. You play along. You play along. But work has to be done first. So y'all can listen to these people telling y'all this information without giving you the research, without giving you the know-how, without letting you know what the hell is going on with this. Can't no white man tell you what I'm telling you right now, because he don't have the capabilities to do that. He don't have the capabilities to go further. The information that has been coming through myself, my little bro, you know, my mother, the information that come through them young brothers. Well, can't no white man come bring this information to y'all like this. Okay, all right. All right. He don't have the deep spiritual connection that you have. Okay, and again, all right, telling the truth ain't hating, man. And it's not no racist rant and all of this. I'm telling you what the hell it is. Okay, all right. I'm giving you his what he is. And what he is what you're not. There's levels. You're Michael Jackson. Okay? You're Michael Jackson. You're Michael Jordan. Okay? All right? All right. He is turd in the toilet. That's the levels of this, man. Okay, but when you start to get yourself together, okay, you start to realize, okay, although you know that he's not that, okay, you start to realize, hey, damn, look what the hell I did. Look how I messed up. You know, and then you start to fall in love with love. Through you falling in love with love, you're going to start to honor and love everything around you. From the trees to the air, the so-called air that you thought that's real. Okay, to the person that you hated up the street, you might go walk up the street and tell him or tell her, listen, I know we had some trouble back in the day, you know, but listen, I love you. Okay, and they're gonna look crazy. They're gonna want to smack the shit out you. Okay, but you tell them, hey, I love you. Okay, and I appreciate you. You walk off. Okay, I gave you all of that stuff. Everything I gave you all of that. Just to get you to this point so you can do the work for yourself. And you could become love itself. That's the only way you're getting out of here. That's the only way you're getting out of here. You know, so I know I went on my rant and all of that stuff. The white man, this, that, and the third. But at the end of the day, okay, all right, I got to look at him like I look at myself. Okay, all right. I'm not walking around with no hate for nobody for nothing. I can't do that. I'm not letting nobody pull me down. You can go by your damn self. That's why I'm not on to relationships. Okay? You know, man, you know, even friends. Okay, whatever. Like, no, I'm not about to do that. No, sir. No, ma'am. That's not gonna happen, man. Like, y'all gotta understand the type of stuff I've been going through. Last night, man. I went on ahead and I said, you know, I told myself, I said, man, why don't my people mess with me like that anymore? Hey, y'all put them questions back in here, family. Hopefully, y'all remember. I know we gone on 4 hours. I knew it was going to be a 4 hour because I had 100 slides. I actually had 105. So I knew it was going to be long. So, but if y'all remember them questions, please put them back in here. Please, y'all do that for me, please. Put them questions back at the bottom, and I'm gonna get to them. You know. So I'm talking to myself a couple of days ago, and I say, what I said? I said, damn, man, why my people don't come pop up on me in dreams no more like they used to, man. They do, but it'd be about knowledge now than anything else. It'd be about information now. Why the hell did I say that? Man, half of the damn night, man, I had dogs jumping on me. I'm in the bed sleeping good. I had dogs jumping on me. I wake up like, man, what the hell? Where did all these dogs come from? Mind you, I didn't wake up. It wasn't Will that woke up. You know, it wasn't Will that woke up. It was the quote unquote dream. So I woke up and I'm like, man, what the hell? Dogs running around all in the room in the bed and stuff. I'm like, what the hell y'all doing? The dogs got up. Hey man, what's up, Will? Started talking to me. I said, oh no. I'm in the Chronicles of Narnia right now. These goddamn dogs are talking to me. Mind you, I've had people told me that whenever you leave here, animals talk. That's normal. That's normal. So if you watch Chronicles of Narnia, okay, which I love, that is another documentary. These are not movies. These are documentaries. I'm just saying. Okay? So I had that. I got hit in the head with a pillow last night. And then when I woke up, I didn't wake up as me up right now. I woke up, still within the confines of a dream space. My mama, or the lady who played my mom here. Again, I understand that. Okay, like I said, man, I'm disconnected, man. Okay, that's my mother. She played my mother here. Okay, but I know that's not what that is. So, but I got hit in the head regardless. I said, what the hell? I wake up, I get up, motherfucker running out the room. I'm chasing her. Next thing you know, she driving the whole school bus. Trying to get away. I'm like, ain't this a bitch? Shit was crazy, man. They got on my nerves. Lord have mercy. And I thought about it. I said, if regular people of the world would have went through what I went through just in an hour or so, they would have shit on themselves. They would have shit on themselves. They'd been like, man, this nigga crazy. What the hell going on here? What the hell going on? But you get to the point to where somewhere you get used to it. And then you realize it's you're doing it to yourself to a certain degree. So, it is what it is, man. So if nobody tell y'all, man, I love y'all, man. Okay? All right? Pass that on to somebody else. Make it a theme, man. Make it a theme. Tell a random person I love you. We're talking about hard work here, family. Seriously. We're talking about hard work. Just tell a random person. They may look at you weird. Okay, but understand something. I'm gonna tell you, let me drop something on you. You can go to somebody randomly and tell them you love them. You would think, because we're taught that, oh man, somebody go crazy. But you must understand something. The only way you can break through somebody's firmament, you just walk up to them and tell them you love them. Random person at the goddamn store. Hey man, I don't know what's happening with you right now, but I love you. That'll make somebody's day, man. Change yourself, change the things around you. Change yourself, change the things around you. We got to move in love, family. We got to move in bliss. We got to move in righteousness. Like I said, I spent 4 hours on a video trying not to curse. I did good. I did good. I still cuss a couple times, but but there's not one video that I've done that I didn't curse. But I'm trying to get to a place, and slowly but surely it's gonna happen. So you might hear me 6 months from now. I might sound like Master Splinter. Yeah, I'm familiar, King Ali, about Abdullah. Yeah. I heard about him. Abdullah was a Moor. Yeah. Some information about the Moors too, real quick. The real original Moors, they're not from here. They're real, all love, man. The real original Moors not from here. The real original Moors are from. Hold on, let me see. See, people who are the Moors today, who play the role as the Moors today, they have no clue. But this is where the Moors are from. And I've been there a couple of times. It blew me away. Had to go to sleep to do it. And when I saw this stuff, man, I'm talking about, it looked like Dubai, man, but bigger and better. It's crazy, man. And understand something, family. That sphere that we're in, the cities are still around us. We just have to match frequencies. Can you dig it? Okay, imagine that the door of your house, you can open that door, sip, you know, mad love, girl. You already know what it is. And then that's for everybody, man. So imagine you going to your door at your house or wherever you are, and you can't walk through it. You can open it, but you can't go through it. Let me give you this. The reason why you can't go through it, because you have to match frequency. Catch that? So if you're not vibrating at a supreme level of love, you cannot match that frequency in the other place. Because that place, family, is pure love. That place is pure love. So if you're not pure love, you cannot do it. Just to give you an understanding. So anywhere outside of the sphere is pure love. If you want to match the frequencies, you can go. Yeah, man. Questions, man. Somebody put it. I saw one question. Hold on, man. Let me go down this list. Daniel Phillips. What's up, family? Hold on. Ella. No, not necessarily, Ella. Is that why in some near-death experiences they send them back because of their heart? No. So what happens is with some near-death experiences, what happened is when those people come back and they tell their story, that's why they come back, because they need their story told. Usually, when someone have a really good near-death experience, it's crazy. It's not crazy, actually. But when they come back from that experience, all they talk about is love. That's all they talk about. That's all they talk about is love. That's all they talk about is love. Man, I never felt love so good, man. It felt every entity that I saw was just so love. And some of them be crying because the love be so strong. It was like that love don't exist here. The love that I felt, that love don't, all of them be saying that love don't exist here. It's crazy. It's crazy. Yes, indeed, man. Damn, one up. Hey, man. Well, We know what time it is then, man. We should know what time it is. You know, that's crazy, man. It's crazy, man. That's crazy. I asked, how do you think us youngsters should approach relationships with females from your perspective? Don't. 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 Because all you're doing is setting yourself up. That's it. So let me finish what I'm saying about that relationship thing. So, like I say, right? Certain women, I'm gonna say, certain women do look at men a certain way. So, and sometimes it go the other way too. You know, to the point where like let's come down on the human level real quick. So you'll see a woman, classy, right? You know, every time you see her, she done up, you know, she looking good, smelling good, all that. You're not gonna come at her as no old Rudy Poo ass brother, right? Okay, you're gonna step to her as she is, correct? And that's the same thing with yourself. So, like, I don't expect an average woman to come up to me. Okay, like I don't expect that. You know, like, nah, man. You know, the people who I do communicate with, you know, they already know how I rock. You know, they're like, nah, man, nah, Will crazy, man. Will crazy, man. You know, but so the deeper you go within yourself and get yourself together, then that person, you know, is gonna approach you like that. So. But if you carry yourself as this old hood ass, you know, piece of shit ass nigga, oh, I got a gun, then that's what you're gonna attract, and that's on the human stuff, the whole, what's that old saying, family, you put out what you attract, or whatever the case, you attract what you put out, whatever how they go. but yeah, that's what I'm saying. Now, what's the reason behind you not cussing no more? Okay, so I was told this, and not only me, man, my little bro told the same thing. So like I say, man, the deeper you go within yourself, you know, you're gonna start to realize that certain things that you thought was okay to do is not. Okay, like me cussing how I used to go off, you know. They're like, nah, man, you don't need that, man. You don't need to be in that. Okay, all right. You can speak the English language without that. Now, understand that is a later part of the language. Okay, now, let's get to this. This is what we need to be right here. You know, some sci-fi, the super sci-fi niggas. But let's get to this, right? A curse word is really not nothing bad. Okay, all right. But again, like I said, this world is only zeros and ones. This world is only zeros and ones. This ain't nothing but frequency around us. The highest level computer in existence. You understand? Okay. So now what happened was So what happened was, we made those words negative. Okay, all right. So now, because fuck, for example, okay, all right. If fuck wasn't a negative word, you wouldn't say it around certain people. Okay, because now the energy around us and how we use it, we made it negative. Okay, all right. And certain frequencies of positivity and negativity, you understand, that cannot go with you to higher realms within yourself. So that's why I stopped cussing. Okay, that's why. Okay, like I say, it's not a bad word, but we made it that way. All right, we made it that way. Even the word nigga. Okay, all right. How much I love saying nigga, but we made that bad. Okay, all right. Talk about the white man. That never happened. Okay, all that white man did this in slavery, that never happened. Okay, but we made that bad. Again, this is nothing but frequency around us. And every time you hear somebody using the word nigga is in a negative way. Man, F this nigga, man. Man, should I kill this nigga, man. You understand? So we made these things negative. You understand? So if I supposed to walk in light, okay, then I have to switch the things that I have been accustomed to doing as a human. Okay, all right. The human is dying. The human part of me is dying. You understand? Okay, so certain things cannot come with me. Certain things cannot come with me. You know, they just can't come with me. Matter of fact, I'm gonna take it a step further. When I have conversations with people, I've never felt this before, but when I have conversations with people and they study cussing, it starts to feel weird to me. It starts to feel weird, like, damn, man, why are you cursing like that? You don't have to. But the crazy part about it was that was just me 3 months ago, 2 months ago, a month ago, yesterday. You understand? But when I hear people cursing, it sounds weird. It's almost as if me again. The body starts to adjust to a much higher frequency. So if something is on a lower frequency, it sounds crazy and it hits you in a certain way to where it sounds weird now. You understand? Like it's different, man. It's different, man. Yes, it's like a vibration, so it's different. It don't hit the same no more, man. You know, it's not even you know, just that, like certain foods now. You know, sometime and I call myself looking at some food or something, you know, and I get sick to my stomach or something like, damn, man, I just had that a couple of days ago. Like, what the hell? But the thing about it is, again, your frequency starts to help you look at the poison. Okay, understand. I don't think there's a food out here in America that is not made in a laboratory. Okay, there is no fresh beef. There is no fresh chicken. There is none of that. All of that is man-made. You know, like it's crazy, man. It's crazy, man. It's crazy, man. It's crazy, man. Yeah, so like it's different, family. It's different, man. So when you see those monks and stuff like that, and they rarely speak, and when they do speak, it'll be something profound, like a word or something they'll drop on you, you know. Because for the most part they're quiet because they have ascended to another level. Okay, now understand. it's somewhat different here in America. Okay, all right, because of all the stuff we got to deal with here. It's poison all over the place. It's poison on every corner of your block. It's poison in every other house around you. It's poison everywhere in America, man. America is poison. That's what they made it, because they want it to be that way. They want it to be that way for a reason. You understand? They want it to be that way for a reason. Okay, so so they want it to be that way for a reason. You understand? But yeah, man. I tell you what, if we can make it through the turmoil and the sinister energy of America, you're going to be the most powerful person there is. But the only way to navigate America is through the heart. Quote that. The only way to navigate America is through the hearts. Other than that, you're wasting your time. You're wasting your time. So why is it so, from your perspective, that 80% of my slumber is pitch black? Yet when I do have visions in my slumber, there are usually messages and premonitions that comes to pass, marked by deja vu. Hey, Daniel, look at that as moments of ascension. Okay, all right. Don't look at it as anything but moments of ascension or change. You understand? Within yourself, mark it down as something that's helping you persevere or helping you go deeper within yourself. So just giving you that to think about, family. Anybody else before I jump off here, fam? Anybody else before I jump off here? My mother and them hate cussing. I mean, again, man, it's the energy of it, man. There's some wild stuff out here, man, when you sit down and really think about things. Yeah. I saw the brother. Yeah, I saw the brother. Yeah, I don't have no thoughts about it. I don't have no thoughts about it. You get my ass kicked. Yeah. I mean, what I can say, 6 or 7 Unc. I mean, he's needed. He's definitely needed. Will I say what I say is some deep stuff he's dropping? I guess. I don't know. But like I say, he's needed, and I'll leave it at that. He's needed. He's needed. He's needed. And I'll say that. It's a lot of people who's needed, man. Try to keep this thing going on, Gotta keep this thing going. Anybody else? Anybody else? Before I hop off here, family? No. I'll give it a couple of seconds. Then I'll jump off here. Let me see. Imagine a country. Imagine black people walking around telling each other how much they love each other. Black people are float out of here. Black people wouldn't even exist no more. Imagine, because we hate each other. We hate each other. But imagine black people walking around and you grab a random brother. Say, man, I don't know what it is you're going through, man, but I love you, man. You know, have a beautiful day, man. And you walk off. Boy, watch. You probably stop a young man from killing another young man based on that. Man, that stuff's so powerful, even on the lowest level that we're on right now, collectively. You know, that would change some things. That would change some things, man. What keeps me going? Remember I talked about the higher self? That's kind of what keeps me going. You know, because to a certain degree, I've left this place. So, yeah, that's what keeps me going. Yep. All right, family. Is coffee bad? Well, it is, you know, but, you know, who am I to tell you stop drinking coffee? It's on you. It's on you. You know, so that being said, family, I love you, but I love me first. But arrangements bring us back. I don't, you know, I'm on the fence. Attachments bring us back. I'm on the fence with that. Yeah, I'm on the fence with that. We'll see, but I'm on the fence. But much love though, family. Y'all know what it is, man. Peace.